go.
Who in the party would your character prioritize rescuing in dire circumstances? Specifically in the party, so again, NPCs don't count. In this case, though, stand-in NPCs, which again are stand-ins for actual people who may have the opportunity to join the game later. It's a bit of a gray area, I'll say they are allowed. So that would technically include like Piccolo, Nicodemus, shit like that. But
we want to add NPCs as a bonus die?
Sure, an additional D6. Okay.
Piccolo is not a stand-in because Dusty's never gonna play D&D.
Not with that attitude.
I've told you this several times.
I'm still gonna fucking try.
Is he against fun?
No, he just can't brain do the thing. It's not his cup
I can't
of tea.
brain do the thing either.
It's worse.
Oh.
It's one of those things he can watch people do it and he gets it, but you put him in it and his brain goes, huh?
Like, I'm working with, like, I think of like Tron. Things are kind of vague shapes. I'm kind of trying to make them work in my head. I'm moving this thing to, I think.
All this is an imagination exercise with dice.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagination. Don't you love? You have a hard time with imagination. Happy.
Okay, but books. How do
Books are fine, but for some reason with D&D it's just kind of.
Well, you know what? Maybe when I eventually get to the point where I want to try Curse of Strahd, maybe we can try that with him, because that's a module. It's got everything preset.
And I think, are we going Megan first on the question?
Yeah.
Camera order?
Who in the party would your character prioritize rescuing in dire circumstances? We'll start with Angel, and then we'll go to Violet, and then go down the list. And we'll include Bruce in this, because why not?
Nicodemus.
That'll be a D6.
It's not a D6, it's standing. So you said I could say or standing.
Okay. So D6 amongst NPCs then. Restrict NPCs, I should say.
So if we're going to go with to save among the party, probably Piper, then Avery, then because Violet would already be saved herself. Because that's how Violet.
Alright. And then D6 for NPC options.
If I save Griffin, he can help me save the rest.
No, fair enough.
You're not? Oh, good.
Yeah, save the Chronomancer. It's honestly not a bad option. Alright, so.
Yes, I can have him freeze time go backwards so you guys don't die.
His abilities aren't that flexible, but still, not a bad option either way.
Oh, perfect. We gotta start with Avery back.
On to Avery.
Avery, as far as party members, Griffin's an NPC, so it's probably it's between Angel and Violet. Probably Angel. You probably save Angel first. As for NPCs, of course, the first would be Aiko, but if not Aiko, then Griffin, because Griffin might have, there might be some chance to bring him.
No, that's fair. Alright.
Oh, I was gonna give.
So Piper would get Angel only because she knows that Piff will royally beat her ass if she let anything happen to Angel.
Like a Cherokee.
NPC, anybody in her family. So There's that. For Bruce, the party member would probably be Violet because fellow doggo. NPC, obviously his wife.
That's totally fair.
He's like my wife. The love of my life.
On to Zen, who in the party would you prioritize rescuing in dire circumstances?
Probably at this time, probably Venestra.
Yeah.
And for NPCs, Alana.
Totally fair. On to Venestra. Would Venestra prioritize rescuing in dire circumstances? And then who among NPCs would Venestra prioritize rescuing?
Venestra said, Piper, 'cause she can revive people and has medical skills. If things have gone that far south, getting someone who can heal others back is best. NPCs Amira, but that's quite easy.
That's fair. Alrighty. D20's all around for the roleplay question. Now let's go ahead and get into recaps. Which I absolutely need today because the panic attack yesterday fried my brain.
Right.
Pretty much
Nestra
everything I
typed
was
up
already
a
written
real
down.
good recap. So much so that I don't think any of us would have anything to do recap. But I'll go ahead. Amira helped the two skags, whose names she forgets, to shrink down an invisible house. Brought some items from the dragon's magic store, a scroll and a book, manual. Piper helped Angel and Violet heal them. Xanon won the drinking competition. Gertie was going to buy some special items and bring them to her. Avery had a waking dream of, I'll add, it was of the rune creature. It was of Aiko's face morphing into that. Big old gods, fae, and demons to help Angel to prevent her, heal Angel to prevent her from dying, and to slow her pregnancy. This occurred in the Dow's room. Spooky
devil.
rune. Oh,
Devils, not demons.
It was devils.
okay. Spooky rune reveals five specific entities will be fighting, most likely and such.
Ah! Disappeared! He scared me.
Some of those are just notes. Okay. We'll skip. The first paragraph was probably enough.
Yeah.
I think that's where we ended anyway.
It's pretty good to actually cover all recap, unless, of course, anybody has any details that weren't covered there, by all means, express them.
I'm gonna yell at Piff, and Piff got backhanded with a cast iron by Alara. Glorious.
Oh no, not backhanded with the cast iron, just backhanded.
Oh, I thought you said with a cast iron. I thought you said with cast iron. Okay.
Not quite. But backhanded, I believe I mentioned with the style of like an anime character with their eyes bulging out of their faces if they were hit with a cast iron.
Yeah.
Paper shoes.
Where they kind of freeze for a couple of frames before follow through. Like
We're following through the face.
before following through a impact. It went.
Yeah. Stop it! Okay. Whew. My body did something weird. Sorry.
Guardian.
What was that?
Current. Um,
More than half of whatever you're saying, Megan, is getting cut off.
So I'm walking around.
sorry.
Too many appearances. I think it was it. I don't know. I can't really think of anything right now.
We are currently still in the Downs ring,
No, we are not.
or literally just left it because most everybody was about to go to bed,
You
except
guys
for
had,
Piper and Extra.
I would like to add, Angel and Venestra helped me regain my body. Control of my body.
Kept you from re-eating runes.
No, you weren't here for that. That was a private session. Side session.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know if he wants to make that for sure.
yeah. All right.
Now you're caught up, Joe.
So. Either way, decent enough recap. Everybody gets their d20s for, of course, the roleplay question and gets their d20s for the recap. And I believe, yes, as of at this moment, pretty much everybody did filter out of the Dow's Ring except for Venestra and Xanon themselves, at least in this immediate slice of time. And everybody was getting ready to settle in for the very, very late night.
Oh, and Piper is still there, kind of waiting for us to get out.
So, yeah, I'm waiting for Venestra because we were going to go to Capulus Medicus to surgically remove the runes, because if I tried to use any of the other stuff, it would remove other runes that would keep her alive.
Yep, which means the late night may momentarily progress before moving on to the next day, which is totally alright. Go ahead and make sure that I count her properly, because we're going to be moving on to the second half of here after this. All that was...
V would not be appreciative. V would not appreciate having her soul destroyed.
I mean, fair.
It's not the goal.
And Angel did circle around where every single rune on Venestra's body is, if I can speak it English.
Once I get a day after work where I have some fucking mental fortitude, there's going to be an indicator of the calendar literally on the screen, at least on the stream side. Like what day or week it is at that time. And that's set for that. But that's for later.
Well, I would like to do one that's kind of based off like the Zelda clock, where we could do one where it's got like one of those weird wheels or something on it.
Or we could type up a program that converts Unix time to day in.
I think there's a few like cycling table things that I can set up with the Stream Deck. That's the main way I think I'm gonna get that set up. But I'm not gonna talk about the logistics of doing that shit right now because that gets.
But yes, V and Piper were going to go do surgery.
At the very tail end of, I believe, our series first. Medicast first.
Yeah, because they discovered some runes attached to V's soul.
Everybody had root. The only one who hasn't thrown you up yet outside of Venestra is Avery. He has
Which I
not
would
thrown
say,
up.
actually, especially in a setting where there's 3 moons, magical significance is absolutely a thing. I think the lunar calendar would be something that's visible on the calendar. Something that you guys, I would say, are aware of is that for the next 3 days, Kamari, the largest and most prominent moon, is going to be in a new moon phase. It's not going to be visible. Whereas the other 3 are. Also, for those 3 days, Felicia will be a full moon. So there's that. Actually, Felicia is going to be a full moon for the next, looks like. For the next week. Oh god, okay.
Are there any logistical effects of this moon being the way it is?
Felicia Meno is the fire ring moon, which also means that the seas, despite it being in early spring, the seas are going to have significantly raised humidity, so being in coastal areas are going to be kind of rough for the next week. But just as well, coming up in just a little over a week, will be the start of the Festival of Knowledge. It is a 4-day-long holiday tied to Volk.
Okay. Let's get started.
Start on the 13th. This setting's equivalent to Friday the 13th is when it's going to start. Oh boy.
Continuing on. Continuing.
Either way. Wait, nope. Saturday, my bad. Okay, we're fine. So, either way, it is now really fucking late at night. For the most part, there are still the sounds of a lot of dwarves still partying, still drinking, still causing good old-fashioned dwarven chaos, but the amount of it has shrunken significantly as some have opted to turn in, and given the sheer amount of the people in this company that are soldiers, that may have a lot to do with how many of them have turned in so far. Dwarves, as rambunctious as they are, like any soldier, they have a very disciplined schedule, especially when they have to wake up at fuck 30 to get started with any disciplinary actions. So, Piper, Venestra, who's all getting involved for this procedure? Let's get this kicked off.
He said they have to wake up at fuck 30 in the morning to do disciplinary actions.
Many of the dwarven soldiers, yes.
He did not say they have to wake up and fuck.
We were going to go to Capulus Medicus because that was a lot of shit that just happened. Piper needs her surgery room, where all the tools are where they belong.
Sure thing.
I need,
Remember, you need to take a mid-rest because you already did some walking ability earlier in the day. I know.
That is Piccolo. I didn't do that.
No, you didn't tree walk? Yeah, okay.
Piccolo tree walked. He's also going to be the one plane shifting. It's kind of like how in real life, the only driver I trust mostly, other than Megan, is my husband. He's the only driver I trust other than Megan.
Speaking of which, actually, given last session's events and the creatures that revealed themselves, I need everybody to give me a percentile, please.
Okay.
78.
20.
Remember your numbers because I'm going to start asking and going down the list. So get this out so I can write these down.
Heh.
So,
Heh.
just going down the list here, Megan, what's your percentile?
I don't have my dice right now. You're gonna have to give me a minute.
Okay, let's start with Rick
I'm
then. What's your
currently cleaning my room.
20.
20.
I don't have any of my dice.
You want me to roll for you?
Roll.
No, I don't know. I don't want anybody else to roll for me.
She likes her dice. Her dice are nicer to her than they are to me. Her dice are nicer to her than my dice are nice to me. Here we go.
95 here.
95, you said?
Yes.
Amber.
69.
Nice.
Nice.
Nessa.
78.
78. Alright, and finally, Boz. 86. Good. Alright. Gotta get the average.
Just send a message.
Okay, average being 69.6, which we're going to round up to 70. Still I'm going to write down 69.6 because that's hilarious.
How dare, that is 69. We round down.
I would round down 69.4. Good to know.
We round down if it is funnier. Or if it strategically helps us. Your message.
Okay, I matched.
I'm scared about that. And I had questions, that's why I said message.
Needs to be what's about to roll.
Message.
Alright. Whoop.
Ah.
Okay.
She sleep. Fuck me sideways. I'm moving.
Alright. That's coming up. So.
Who's my dog?
I'll take it.
I needed 2, love. You gave me what? I took a picture.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I just want to take a picture.
I'm good.
Okay. Alright.
Let's get things started. Had to get that out of the way. I was gonna do it last week, but good God, we ended at a very late hour. So, I saw.
Love, I need 2. I need 2, not just 1.
Alright, so we'll start things from the top here. Piper.
Hmm.
You're getting folks together to head off to Capulus Medicus, correct?
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. It is not number 1. I am sorry.
It's all good. Shit happens. In this case, sounds like literally.
All puns.
I will mute because they are loud.
Okay. We're gonna also then rotate things over and up. Angel. For the last couple of sessions, you've been rolling and managing to resist with those rolls, something that is very much on its way out. This late in being confronted with rather potent and negative forces of magic, roll me a con save with disadvantage.
Gotta get over there to even set the really dice bag.
Your DC for success has lowered significantly given what the Fey gods and devils also did last session.
14.
14. Okay. You feel another shock and push. This time, less like something's trying to tear its way out. Thankfully in line with what was just done. But something is still moving, nonetheless. For once, you may actually have the opportunity to get somewhere comfortable for what is inevitably going to happen, and at least now you have enough comfortability to judge that it's most likely going to cost you sleep tonight.
Section?
Hmm?
You still have to make rules for that, DM.
No, I'm saying because I didn't hear what you said. It got cut off.
For the whole section, considering.
Yeah.
All of them split inside of her body.
Mm-hmm. Which I will need you to repaste that list because now those DMs have been covered up by a few more exchanges in the last couple of weeks.
No. I will make some rolls for myself, but I will need you to make some rolls as well.
Right, which I will make some rolls based on that list, as well as based on some other things. But again, those have been covered up by a lot of recent messages, so I'm going to need to be able to have that visible.
Okay. You need the Zarya list? Or do you need the Exandria list?
I just need the list.
Oh, okay.
So in the meantime, while that's getting set up, Avery, you retreated off to bed with Aiko, I believe?
Maybe. Last I remember, we were still.
Yeah, you all had just exited the
company
Ring of the
the-
Tao. It is very late at night, so there's options to
Okay.
talk about the falling action of what the hell you just saw. To retreat, it is late. You are all feeling tired already. But again, there may very well be some adrenaline given what you just witnessed.
They probably wouldn't talk much on their way back to the room. If Avery can't sleep, in fact, I'm gonna roll to see if he can sleep or not. It'll be make that a wisdom.
Sure thing.
Oh well, I rolled 19, so he manages to fall asleep all right.
Okay. Without much fitful issue. Fair enough. All right, and thank you for sending me that list. That was honestly good timing.
I don't know if the true chairs would be included.
Given the lateness of the hour, I will say that part is unlikely. These are people here on
do you want me
official
to just make
capacity.
the rolls and you guys want me to do them?
They have enough cordiality to, not press when everybody's like asleep.
Well, considering what happened last night with Xanon, I might get a meeting from her at least.
Jim, I'd like to run something by you.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get my little kitsune to watch over Aegis? My reason being, I want to be able to study what it does when it's acting autonomously and I'm not actively controlling it.
Yeah, setting up a guard dog is totally fine.
How it acts, what it does, if it just doesn't do anything. Information.
I'll make some rolls and I'll give you an update on what's kind of happened when morning rolls around. But
Oh, sorry.
it's all good.
And the only reason I said that was because I wouldn't hate her interrupting me, at least the Ore Master. She's an old lady.
Well, again, this late at night, it's not going to happen. But
Doesn't exclude me from breakfast not being interrupted. Great.
between you and Nicodemus having enough time to settle in and get somewhere reasonably comfortable for what is absolutely about to happen, Nicodemus for once now standing at your side despite the amount of pain that he's actively feeling. Why do I feel like we're about to have dodectuplets?
Because we're going to. It's not a question. With how many mismatches there were with Mora walking across the plains, it doesn't surprise me that she made deals with things that were older and deader, that are not even alive now. So that's where we're sitting right now, Nicodemus. So
Technically, it's
that's all I
duodectuplets.
can give you.
I need to straighten up my grammar.
Oh, dodecahedron. Oh, no. Duodecahedron.
So, In this case, it will be a series of direct reflections. Direct, down to also the gender of these beings reflected.
Okay, hold on. Let me also grab different out. I just want to put on something different. Give me a minute. I just want a different shirt. I need a shirt. I need a good shirt. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
In the late hour of the night, those that have fading consciousness or lack of a want to sleep can see the various silence crystals temporarily brought into the Evergreen Manor, and those all throughout Mochizuki Keep slowly come to light. As despite angels' understanding and resistance to pain, a body will naturally react to strain. And one
We haven't done that.
after another,
Way awesome.
you feel tethers to a world foreign to Zaria course through you as the spinning mass of motes in your body begin to separate and apparate outward. A small girl with glowing golden eyes and impossibly long hair that in a moment, while it simply goes down to her mid-back, also seems to, at a moment's perception, shift off into infinity. Give me a broad religion check to see if you can recognize the beings that you are about to be producing.
Sure. Yes. Come. 17 plus 10. It's 27.
27, okay, yeah. One of
No, plus
Ryu's
12,
more
sorry.
obscure books that you had the chance to
up.
look at in the last 2 years. But this seems to be a connection, most likely a leftover again from Amora. A collection of at least offspring based around the prime deities of a world known as Exandria.
I got to meet them once.
As your first child comes out, a celestial spawn of Avandra the Changebringer. The next, humanoid though platinum in scale, you first think it to be a reflection of Volk. You've had children from Volk before, but then you recall a bit of a memory that Volk is but a reflection of a deity that exists in many worlds across the multiverse. The Platinum Dragon Bahamut. Next, a boy dancing with a multicolor of light, armor, and power, statuesque in his small form. A boy that is a spawn of Corellian the Archheart. Next, an infant flying from you with an intensity and fire and muscle tone, yet still on an infant, small though from your body. Of Erethis, the Lawbearer. Next, a child wreathed in silver, extra eyes adorning her face. Knowledge and wisdom radiating even off of the face of the infant, a spawn of Ayun, the knowing mistress. Next, yet still, a child with the ferocity of a storm, thunder bearing out as he screams, and his eyes alight with electricity, a spawn of Cord, the Stormlord. Out yet still, a child with green leaves for hair, a small and beautiful girl, of Melora, the Wild Mother. Next still, brilliance and power of the sun, and power to bear it forth. A child of Moradrin the Allhammer. Two more children. the intensity of the sun, and yet light that might yet burn through you as they come out together. Embracing or struggling against each other, you're not entirely sure. Spawn of Palor, the Dawnfather, and Ray, the Everlight. Next, that which comes after the sun, and perhaps might be a reason that one moon may be gone from the sky for the next week. A child bathed in lunar light, flooding down with hair of her own, spawn a girl of Sehanine the Moonweaver. And then the longest of all, the child that takes until the barest moments of twilight before the sun shows in the morning. And it is in those moments of twilight where you would swear the dead could speak. And perhaps they do. As you practically swear you can hear your father's voice amongst it. With black adorned feathers and a face pallid like a doll's mask, but a calmness and gentleness in the address of death. A child reflective of the matron of ravens.
It's a weird thought, isn't it? Is it a daughter or a son for the matron of ravens?
It's a daughter. Each of them are direct reflections to their progenitors. Each of them Nick very carefully and precariously does his best to hold, enlisting some of your own children with him to help after a point, after probably the third. While Nick can shift many parts of his body and in some cases try and create additional appendages, there is still limitations to anybody's
Especially when he's
muscle
in
capacity.
pain. Yeah. Especially when he's in pain.
Yeah. And especially considering some of these kids are spawns of beings that literally have immense cosmic weight in their descriptions.
Yes.
I'm sorry, did Angel just give birth to an entire pantheon of divine children?
That's right.
They are not strictly gods. If anything, these are going to be a lot closer to just
They're like little
Asmore?
like avatars, right?
Less than that still.
Or like
They're-
demi.
They're going to be a little bit closer to like Azamar or like that slight bridge between Azamar and demigods. So still very much mortal in a lot of their capacity.
They were angels, just like the Uradimu is what you told me. Closer to the
Kind of.
Uradimu's power. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like Samael. It's closer to those kind of situations.
Sort of, yeah. And much like many of your celestial children that are born as infants, they may grow into greater echelons of power as they actually age. But there's an interesting point as well. With some of your children, especially that are born as full adults, or some that have been known to age rapidly as you throw yourself into danger, you have that sense of sort of bottled celestial energy that seems to almost release as their age sort of accelerates. There is not that same sensation here. With these children, you can feel,
They weren't mine.
are likely going to age gradually.
That's gonna tell me that they're not mine, right? That's gonna be the thing that tells me that they're gonna be a Morris, right?
Yeah. It is one of the many confirmations, including that sort of rose-colored strand that links to your soul like many of your children do, with that slight, almost faded edge to it. It says they are yours and they are not. At least as far as a reincarnation can stretch. "12 more to name. 12 more to feed, 12 more to change. 12 more to teach how the world works.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not all that's in here. She can feel her body moving.
No, it isn't.
It's gonna be a long night. She looks over at Nick.
And where the wee hours of the morning will stretch into midday. The various separated spirits that Nick was already working with you on in your dreams. Those two careen forth. So for a number of hours, you may yet be indisposed.
Okay. Okay. Now we can make the other rolls. Because, I need Piper to make hers. Am I having that child tonight, or are we waiting
you
for
are
a
not
while?
having that one tonight.
Good. Okay, awesome. That's what Piper was wondering. She was going to take me to the Fey Realm if that was the case. Right. Is Amber back from the bathroom?
No. At least according to the message that I'm seeing in DMs, she is having an evacuation of a lifetime.
Woo! It's like
We
the
have
best kind.
liftoff.
Worst kind. Best/worst kind.
One character birth and one brown birth.
Hey, we don't talk about the color. It's just what it is, okay? So,
True, it could be green. I have no
Joe,
idea.
don't be
But I'm getting
racist.
into
don't be wait.
rather unnecessary and disturbing.
All I
details.
can hear is what my sister used to say. Don't be racist.
If it is incredibly pallid, dark in color, or red, seek a doctor immediately.
Yeah. So,
Talking about shits, not little babies, right?
I'm talking about shits, not little shits, yeah.
Okay.
You're Anyways, so we're stuck in birth, yes? Shannon and them are separated now, I guess.
Yeah.
So all we're doing is waiting for the morning now.
I think we're going to sleep.
I do have a question for the DM.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have kids that have gone on dates. Are they okay and safe for travel, or am I going to have to worry about something before they go to bed?
Your kids are fine.
Oh, I do have a kid I need to talk to, if that's okay. That's okay with everyone. I do have a kid I need to talk to.
I'm good.
Because of the dwarves. Not because of any other reason, but because there is now a triplet in my necklace making noise.
Because of one of the members of the delegation that literally showed up just to date a couple of your kids, yeah.
Not just a couple of my kids, just the one. The female. I don't know how she's creating a harem. I'm not okay with this, okay?
Why not? Be proud of the
I
little
have
champ.
issues. I have issues. I have things to say. Her name is Jamie, by the way, Joe. Her name is Jamie. I would like to speak to Jamie. My Arkin.
Your what?
My travel.
This is safe.
Jamie the Arkin.
Great, a long rest.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a long rest.
Yeah. So I need to talk to Jamie. There is now another occupant in the necklace that was not there before.
Okay. Popping into the necklace, you see Jamie poke her head out outside of a doorway, keeping it cracked. What's up? Why are you in here? You're clearly not done.
You have some explaining to do. Lucy. I know you don't understand the reference, but I don't care. Get your butt out here, please.
I'm a little busy, and so are you. We're gonna be interrupting each other here.
I am doing it on purpose because that interrupted my entire day.
Has it really?
Would you like me
Or
to
is
have your
it
father
just
handle
bugging
it?
your head? Huh?
Nope, nope, nope. Would you like me to have your father handle it?
Does it need handling?
We do need to have a discussion. I don't know how a love child of mine would not think that there needs to be a discussion. We've
How
had this
about
type
we
of
wait for
discussion.
that discussion when you are no longer distracted by producing more siblings?
Fine. Wait till the morning, but that's all you're getting. So I think you and that boy that's inside of my body inside of this necklace right now.
Yeah, what are we up to now? 8 in the last 3 hours?
We're up to 12, but we're not messing with this.
I've been on diaper duty before. It fits staunchly under cruel and unusual punishment, with the amount that I have to work with. I think I ought to be justified in seeking some mortal reprieve.
Oh no, all of your little friends are going to be on diaper duty tomorrow. For a good 10 hours.
10 hours is a rush job, and you know it.
We're not getting paid this time.
Oh, yeah, I'm the one in the wrong. Okay.
This just in, Angel is taking a multi-class in slave driver.
That's right. If you're going, if I'm going to hear all of the moans and expletives and oh gods
Why are
and
you
oh that
listening?
feels great. I don't
How
have
often
a
do we
choice.
have to hear
Tell me
that
what
from
we
you
are.
and Dad?
I get that. But y'all came out walking. So y'all get to be your little foursome in there gets to be on cleanup duty for the next day, considering your brother is going to take care of the adoptees. Because he kept it a secret. We had a discussion. He kept it a secret. And then it came back to bite me in the ass in the middle of a delegation discussion. Because she thought that I was going to be some kind of horrible person and not allow her to date you. We will have a discussion in the morning.
Okay, hypocrite.
Say what you like. It's not getting you out of anything. I need your horn, by the way. For the evening.
Really?
For the evening.
Should I ask for your loot?
You may take my loot, but that doesn't get anybody magically drunk and make it worse.
You underestimate my enchanting ability.
And you the horn, or I will take your mount in the morning.
Which one?
Talking about that mount.
Due to some recent
I was
relationships,
biting my
arguably I have more than one.
My
That's
brain
why they're on
also
diaper
hurts.
duty.
It's biting my tongue.
I understand that. That's why everybody's on diaper duty tomorrow.
The soundtrack right now is perfectly close to Benny Hill. Perfectly close to Benny Hill for this entire discussion.
So, you get two choices.
Mm-hmm.
You get diaper duty, or everybody moves out of the necklace.
Everybody moves out.
You don't get to apply that to your brothers and sisters because at least they obey or abide by things. I would have liked some heads up, Jamie. Just a minor heads up. That would have been nice for your mom.
We get little to none whenever you're coming out with a new.
I don't get any. Oh my god.
At this
I'm
point,
telling
I
you
feel
straight
like,
in the morning.
you know,
I'm
you're on
telling
your
you straight in the
way
morning.
to becoming a god. Maybe you should make it a divine decree to like every fae, devil, and god being like, hey, can I get like a heads up before, you know, there's a heads out between your legs?
These ones don't have anything to do with me. She's dead. I can't just go and say, hey, dead lady, would you like to tell me how many I'm going to be pumping out? Because
Okay,
you
so they're
decided to
leftovers
walk across the street?
from prior tenant. Gotcha.
Nick? Nick, please.
Please what? I'm making popcorn.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one of us she got the sassiness from.
I know it's from me. I know it's from me. We're not going over this.
Wow, so now
We're
you
not-
know how difficult you are to talk to sometimes.
It's also because you don't listen to what you say. There are many loopholes.
I haven't gone on a hunt for my own sake in a while. I'm just gonna point that out, love.
I've asked you to go on many, and you've said, fuck that, I'm not leaving you with the kids. So,
Because there's an ocean full of them at this point.
and I'm handling it well. That's why we have multiple me's walking across the room.
I think we need to have more just straight up adults pop out of you that can take up babysitting duty, because this is not sustainable.
That's why we had
I am
one that's from
requesting
earlier.
adult offspring
This
at this
is
point.
why
We
we
need to
have-
rob an orphanage of
We
like people
have
that are about
more-
to be aged out, bring them to
Put your-
Marquez so that
put
they
your
can get
hands on the side of the
superpowers and figure this
Your
out.
hands across the side of the face. Nick, we have more adults right now than we have young ones on the divine path, the Pantheon situation.
Young ones might as well be worth 10 apiece because they are chaotic and crazy, especially the Fey ones that have popped out.
Oh my god, you guys can't handle them? I'm able to handle them all by myself. She looks over at them and looks over, she's like,
Lovely. No, you can't. Because you have been more stressed out in the last couple of years than I've ever seen you. And that's regardless of people that were hunting you when you were working with Urkbach or anything else. You were in your element. You were calm when that was going on. This is... We need help.
I'm
Proper
letting
help.
you know, I'm talking to one of the actual part of the Pantheon who came out with the entire set of adults. Decided to basically give me no heads up that she was deciding to date a dwarf on top of the two that she's already dating, the two giant men in there. So she's the sandwich in the middle. Great, awesome, great. I don't have a problem with that. I also don't mind that one of them
Oh, you
slightly
don't have a
shorter
problem
than
with
her.
it, Mom? Then what the hell was all that?
I have a problem with the fact that I was not informed.
Because you already have so much on your plate. And this is arguably my plate.
When it comes into delegation, whose plate does it become?
Little miss, it is not your plate when it is on our table.
I don't have any arguments for that. This is why he gets paid the big bucks.
I'm supposed to get paid?
You're getting paid in pussy. You're fine.
Yep. Yep. You're the only one that gets paid that. That's why he makes the big bucks.
So, you're either on diaper duty and helping, or you're moving out. And given that you have apparently decided to take on multiple partners, honestly, I feel like you're in good shape to move out. Either they rely on you, you rely on them, or you rely on each other. Or are you too busy relying on us still, as a full-grown adult?
I have a question. What was your purpose as you exited the portal? As you say. I bet you know what it is, because I know what it is.
I'm a warrior.
Which means, what's happening soon?
A war is coming up. Which means you have two
So-
options. And I'm going to put this in warrior terms. Either you help guard the home front, diapers and all, or get together with everybody you've coupled with and go out on a goddamn scouting mission.
Your brothers help run everybody else. I haven't seen you on diaper duty in, what, 6 months?
Yeah. Sun's almost up. So, I'm going to give you until then to decide. I won't be angry at you with either choice. I am frustrated that I wasn't informed either. Because between the two of us, between Angel and I am the warrior that does the scouting. I need to know what's being left at home so that I know what to worry about while I'm looking for other problems.
You think Kel and Jell are out of this too, considering we found out that they were with vampires? No, they're not.
It was a more recent problem. I've had a conversation with them.
Yeah, and they still have their own things to handle. They get to clean the kitchens and deal with Ezekrin. So if you want to be on Ezekrin's watch, I can have that one start too.
I have a few more kids to talk to myself. You figure out what you're going to do. And if you choose to leave, we need to be known. Sorry, let me rephrase. It's morning. I barely have brain cells working right now. I need it to be known where the hell it is you're going to stay, what you're going to keep eyes on. Because you are a warrior. It's programmed into your being. Consider me your general instead of your father.
Ow. Ow, that one hurt.
She sits looking honestly a little wounded from that statement.
Your dad's gonna have a lot to deal with. They don't accept him yet. We don't have clearance. I don't need a war started. I don't need a war started over. That's your decision.
It's not leaving, it's just expanding our reach, right?
Sure.
Soon enough, morning comes, and a serenade of voices that was present in your necklace is notably silent. As the rest of your adult children gather together and are doing what they can to handle the smaller ones, each of them having various conflicted looks on their faces as news, especially amongst a family, while this expansive, still this tight-knit, travels very quickly.
She looks over it. I'm gonna go talk to Casey. She just broke right after already vomiting up a whole bunch of black shit. I can't lose her to that thing. We can't follow it. They can barely see it. What goes Jamie to a hag because she ended up sleeping with someone who may be attached to it?
She's looking over at one of her older children who's connected to that. She looks over and she's like, I need you to talk to your dad because the thing that they saw, I don't know if any of the other people are they're attached to any of it. And I can't keep traps on her, and I'm gonna lose her.
Igni walks over. It's kind of my whole job to see and keep an eye, right? One thing goes sideways, and I'll set everything around it on fire.
Puts her hand because he's a lot shorter than they are. She puts her forehead to his. She's gonna get her heart broken.
She might.
She's gonna get mad at Nick. I get to have them when they were little. They came out drinking and walking. I don't know how bad of an influence that was when they came out.
They didn't have a childhood to learn from.
They weren't
hard
allowed
lessons
one.
early, so they're going to learn every lesson the hard way. And maybe they have to.
Word and Neomir didn't. They took their dad's lesson in stride. He didn't.
Angel, as much as I hate to interrupt this conversation, roll me a con save.
Great, awesome. Cross that out. Trying to walk around while we're talking because this is really tense for Angel, the character. Ugh. A 1. 1. Con saves. Stupid con saves.
Well, the twisting centrifuge of beings in your body has gotten notably thinner, to the point where you can reasonably function in adventuring again without being debilitated. One mode in there seems almost anxious, to the point where it begins actively shifting and ricocheting, breaking from the centrifuge, spinning massive lights, and begins bouncing around your body, around your limbs, around your abdomen, around your head. Before finally, like a burst and shock of lightning, firing out through your nose.
Great! Awesome! What a mucus moment!
No
That's
mucus to
mucus
be
for you.
had, as it is just pure, raw, ignited plasma.
Great, awesome. It's on fire.
And as it rolls like a small little ember against the wooden floor, it begins to grow and grow and grow as it slowly gains more and more of a humanoid shape. And ages with each twist and tumble. Until a fully realized 8'2", slender male humanoid wreathed entirely in scaled armor and fish-like scales cascading down his body.
Awesome.
As he turns to look at you, you see tendrils down his face, Small, prey-like eyes, extended fingers that look, if not for the bluish coloration and scales across his form, one-to-one, like that of a mind flayer.
A mind flayer? You came out with?
Yeah. He does not hover like you would expect a mind flayer to normally do. His feet are planted firmly on the ground and covered in that same respective armor, and you swear you see those same typically celestial angelic wings lightly cascading and forming down his back, those slicked with those same fish-like scales, and instead of feathers, small, fin-like structures.
Hello? Fascinating.
Looks up at you, and in a moment...
You said he was tall. You said he's 8'2". Tiny.
He is looking up at you from a kneeling position. I should specify.
Oh, okay.
As his eyes make contact with yours, you get a flash of memory. Being held in a bowl on the steps of Sharni. That small rose-like bit of energy. That flash from that witch light that was the energy of your mother. It repeats and shudders outward like a broken video. You feel an old motherly connection to it, still not of entirely your own, like it is a product of Amora, but it feels recent. Relative to a cosmic scale, it feels almost post-mortem.
Resting. Did she sleep with the tall man? That's all I can think in my head right now. Is I can see the stupid Baldur's Gate scene.
A shuddering, whispering mess of noise enters your mind before it finally forms words. What will you name me?
I'm gonna name you Adam.
What is my purpose?
To live a life that makes you happy. To live and make other people happy. To be good instead of being dark. Sometimes it's whatever it means to you. But I'm hoping that one day she puts her hands on him. You will be able to find someone that makes you smile.
Yeah.
For as fascinating and as terrifying as you are.
And as you put your hand against him, there's also another couple of things of note. While you've known and at this point also had personal experience with the fact that Illithid, or mind flayers in general, tend not to necessarily have the souls present of the mortals that they were previously, and in their own way don't necessarily, a lot of the times, even have souls at all. There is an essence to actual spiritual weight and presence to this being. There's a soul present here. And it is not something that was malformed, transformed, or mutated, but something that was created, conjoined, and molded as a raw-formed idea into this.
Like a great old one? Like a thought?
It strikes you as far as the idea here. Maybe more a thought. What if I can create something that should be impossible? Like a mind flayer with a soul.
I have a question. How childlike is this being going to be? Or we have a Frankenstein situation where I'm going to have to take care of him every 2 minutes, or is it going to be like...
Roll me an insight check.
Alright, we're
to see if you can glean what level of intelligence or wisdom sits behind those eyes.
Dice. I dropped my other die, sorry. And I can't find it, so I'm gonna get this one over here. My insight would be 22? 22 on insight?
22. While it seems like it's new and it's adapting to its environment and it's learning how it's feeling, how its body is, how all of that is. There's a level of intelligence and experience in those eyes still, as if it's been watching things for a long time. There's a recognition to your face, to Nicodemus's face, even with the way it's, best I can say is your holes seem to twitch. There's a twinge of recognition rather than curiosity in it.
She offers it a cookie because she doesn't know how it's gonna eat, so we gotta try something.
It takes it, twirls it in its fingers. This is unfortunately not something I can consume.
Then I'm going to need to ask Calangelo a lot of questions. Or, you know what? I do have an expert. But you're gonna have to wait till he wakes up.
I was born a celestial and a mind flayer. Mind flayers eat brains, and I am contracted as a celestial to combat my natural enemy. I fear my diet may yet be the brains of demons.
Well, you
That
are a
might be
lucky day.
difficult to get a hold of.
Just came back from there. You might be a little bit lucky there. If I know Violet, she probably collected some. This angel's starting giggling to herself.
Where is Miss Evergreen?
In her room, currently, probably at this hour awake, considering she wakes up with the dawn.
I will go there after I talk to two others. Where are the starlings?
Starlings?
Avery's surname.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know his last name. They're down the hall? Down the hall. Not by, they could have gone back to the other building, but I think they're probably correct here, considering Aiko can't move that fast, and I prefer her not to be hurting, so probably has Grandma probably already made her a room.
He walks, and with a sickening, twisting sound of unnatural magic and flesh, he just walks through the walls of the room, not even bothering to go out into the hall.
Of course. Celestial. Totally awesome. Angel's gonna just sit there and curl up and hold the babies at this point.
Before, without even a moment to register what's going on, Avery, you feel a warm, if fish scale-like covered hand touch your face.
And this is where telekinetic reprisal's gonna go off. Fuck. Poor Aiko. I'm sorry, Aiko. It's a voluntary response.
Oops. 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 Oops.
Technically, this isn't supposed to go off unless I take damage, but I like to say that it goes off whenever it's surprised and like.
Oh, by all means, what's the saving throw?
Adam. I named him Adam.
It is you can use a reaction to force.
His name was either gonna mean the
Okay,
one.
Thank God, it's not a AOE. Okay, so needs to make a strength saving throw, DC 17.
It's going to be a 19 total after the modifiers.
Got it. All right, so almost knocks him off his feet, but it was just a.
You feel that hand tense
massive
up as it
gut.
almost kind of uses you as a support.
What the fuck? Who are you? Why are you in our room?
His name's Adam.
And when did you get in here?
As of 2 minutes ago, my name is now Adam.
Hi, Adam. Now answer the other half of the question. Why are you in my room?
You both.
It's ATO.
You both are sick.
Yeah, we
With an ailment
Yeah?
of the mind.
Angel's gonna think over to Avery to save his butt right now. Avery, my child Adam, that just kind of came out of my nose, is currently in your bedroom. Just letting you know.
And it
Oh, thanks for
wants
the
to
heads
take
up.
advantage. I cannot allow it to take advantage and make puppets of the two of you.
Angel, I need you to come in here and rein in your child. He's acting real scary.
It reaches. He reaches up to the back of his armor, pulls a couple of spines from his back, and you can see those spines covered in a purple and slightly golden slicked blood before he twists them in his fingers into a pair of rings. These should help.
What are they?
Faster and cheaper than buying the same thing.
Are those soul bond rings?
No.
I don't speak in cryptids. Unless you want to invite me into your brain, I can't read your mind.
I don't know the term yet. I was born a couple of minutes ago. He sets them on your forehead and then passes back through the wall.
Was he gonna ask me what they are?
I'm gonna like telekinesis them into a drawer somewhere in the room.
Yeah, I will ask,
Like-
are you able to read Celestial? As there is room work on them.
I cannot. I can do common, deep speech, elvish, and sylvan.
Cool. All right.
Okay. I am going. Angel's gonna look over at Adam walking back into the room. Yes.
Part of the back of his neck is just freely bleeding. Is there clearly now a couple of holes where he ripped a couple of spines out?
It's gonna heal it.
Sorry, I just picture a leaking water balloon.
Not
Okay.
incorrect.
She's gonna go walk over to Avery's room. What did he leave here? He's bleeding.
He pulled out some quills and turned them into some rings that I stuffed into that drawer because they're mysterious and scary.
Can you read Celestial?
No.
Then hand me the stupid rings. Real quick. He's odd, and he's really gonna be an odd. He's gonna be an oddball. I have a question. How do they eat? And what can they eat? Since you're sitting here in front of me, what can they eat?
He did say outright demon brain.
I get that, but the whole point is she's asking, where does the mouth? Where's the mouth? Because I know that I've studied the anatomy.
Given that your mentor is a mind flayer, it's kind of buried up in there, kind of like the mouth of an octopus.
He gets up out of bed, not even trying to cover himself, of course.
She didn't care.
Gets the
She didn't care.
ring.
Okay. What do I read when I read the rings?
In like a very rough and kind of organic, like formed out of the lines of like a vascular structure, celestial. They're rings of mind shielding.
These were mind shielding rings.
Piper wears a
shield your
normal
mind.
one. That's got like normally carved runes. This is like, it's organic and H.R. Geiger-esque, and it's weird, but that's what they are.
Apparently, he came out knowing that you hadn't vomited like the rest of us, and decided that he was going to help you. So his name is Adam, A-T-O-M. I literally named him like.
I also rolled to see if he would know whether or not you already had any, and he failed completely.
So he hands you
I don't have any
of mind shielding.
because is that a two-way blockage or?
It's just the one-way blockage where people can't break into your brain.
You can read other people's minds, they can't read yours.
Yeah. So when you put this on, I won't be able to hear you. Because that's how it works. But when you take it off, I'll be able to hear you. Okay.
I'll gift one of these to someone else. I've trained myself hard enough, and my survival is on my mental fortitude.
Could keep them, and they could be really, really disturbing engagement rings.
I mean, they could be. So nobody could ever mess with your brain ever again. She looks over at him. I'm like, no, it's the first thing he's done after popping out of my body, so I would take it as a gift. And I don't know how he exists. Apparently, Amora wanted to make a Ceramorphous child so that he could combat actual Illithid that live on the plane, so.
Angel, I don't want to offend you, but how do you know he's not evil?
Because he came out of my nose.
All the more reason to be suspicious.
Missed opportunity to just name him Sneeze.
I'm not gonna name him Sneeze. I'm naming him Adam. A-T-O-M. She looks over it. I'm letting you know that evil things can't really thrive in my body. Does that make sense?
I guess it makes sense. That makes sense. I have a question about D&D mechanics. If I gave Aiko both of the rings, do the effects stack in any sort of way?
No.
No.
Mm-mm. I would just put it on a necklace and use it when you know that there's something going wrong in your brain and you need to stop it from being attacked.
Okay.
Just did that.
I'll attach it to the same neck band that the brain pendant is on.
Sorry, I'm trying to get it to actually heat my food. No, oh no.
I'm not sure.
Oh no. Oh no.
The player is absolutely terrified at this point because the DM said that, but the character has no reason not to, no reason to not do that. So I'm gonna say yes, even though I'm gonna regret it.
High or low?
Shite.
Hi.
Nothing noticeable happens yet. All right.
She looks over it. I apologize. I don't know what he's like. He's gonna be really odd for the next couple of days. I don't think he'll have like any type of big personality change until he talks to somebody who can talk like him.
I mean, I could talk like him if I wanted to, but
He's a walking equivalent of I've seen the world through reality TV and now I'm walking through it the first time.
oh Jesus.
She looks over at Avery, but I'm gonna go back because this is now child 13 and I need to literally go and hold on to the rest of the 12, so that's not including what else may come out before I wake up.
Is there no way to contain it so it's not walking into everyone's room?
No. Until he learns actual boundaries.
Great, great. Lovely. You can't stuff it in your necklace.
I can ask him to
You
go
had
in
a
the
recent
necklace.
vacancy.
It will naturally make room for them, but the whole thing is that right now, with Jamie being gone, it's a really sore spot. I just had something happen. I really, really am not happy right now. One of my kids just defected right now, and I'm having a little bit of a freak out. So, considering that she didn't like the fact that I really just wanted to talk to her about the fact that she didn't inform me, she was sleeping with 4 different people. Or 3 different people.
Oh,
I can't
nice
keep
on
track.
her.
Yeah, I know. I'm proud of her for making, big choices. But the whole thing is that she just said, Nick said, you didn't inform any of us, and basically we can't protect anybody during the middle of a war situation when all of the changelings are going to war if you don't tell me what's going on. So she just defected this morning, so I'm gonna go and figure out what's going on now.
Well, good luck with that. I'm gonna try to
I'm gonna go.
that I don't get scared shitless again by your demon baby. No, sorry. Weird child.
Illithid Celestial. That's all I've got. Velix Lexial. My brother's gonna be more freaked out than you are. Griffin's gonna be more.
Hope that doesn't come scare me again. And probably have some nightmares while I do sleep.
I'm gonna give him a bear of calm emotions from my hands. Here, this'll help because I have to make them whenever I have new children. And I just embed calm emotions in these bears, so even if you're having a bad dream, it will literally calm you down so you can kind of control what you're doing in the dream.
Yeah, she hands you a stuffed bear which has very clear patterned stitching of basic draconic runes for the spell Calm Emotions to just basically be ambiently radiating off of this stuffed animal.
Ooh, that's an idea. I'll have to try that sometime.
You can have this one. I have many. Angel's thought.
As a consequence of
many.
it being
Take
stitched
all
into a
emotion.
stuffed bear, it's not as durable as other enchantments, but I mean, it's for kids anyway, so.
He's still gonna try to engrave it on one of his inventions sometime.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want with it, but it's just so you can sleep without having nightmares, and should you have nightmares, actually have lucid ones where you can take control of it and not have issues.
Bitch, all my dreams are lucid.
Not mine, surprisingly. In case you're gonna talk to Menidna, who just yells at you. That's what Angel says as she leaves. I don't know if he knows who Menidna is. Just says it
Roll
like
religion check. It's relatively high DC because, great old ones are absolutely not in common knowledge.
Legion check. That would be great. Ooh, plus 10. Right. Okay. 15 plus. Alright, so that's 25.
25 is enough. Menidna. That name being dropped in casual conversation is concerning. Menidna the Grey Thief. Great old ones in general were a topic of curiosity for you when you first had your abilities and the psionics and everything else, and so you tried looking into rumors and things like that of being just trying to discern something about, maybe it has something to do with the origins of your abilities. While you found no concrete answers for any great old ones that were tied to it, one of the more obscure texts that you found posited and theorized Menidna the Great Thief, the great possessor of the Ring of Zaria. The combined and embodied emotion of the idea of possessiveness. For those things that are unique, it must make it his possession.
That's scary.
I'm letting you know she talks to that when she goes to sleep. It's one of the three.
You're
Common-
unique. Are you okay?
Yeah, common madden
No.
accounts for how Menidna looks
No.
are an endless mass of teeth and eyes with no full discernible form, and apparently other maddened rumors consistently, and I mean consistently, mention a vault. The vault of Menidna. The vault.
We've been there before.
Must hide from the vault. Must run from the vault. Must sacrifice things to the vault. The vault is said to be where the unique things are hidden and locked away, kept alive if they live, or kept on display.
Okay, so the moral of this story is blend into with the crowd. Don't be unique, or else Menidna will come and kidnap you.
Yeah, a number of other texts were very much positing that maybe the whole concept of Menidna was just propaganda for conformity.
Yeah.
It's a good thing Archfey are very, very common, otherwise Piper's fucked.
Menidna's just the conformist propaganda boogeyman, guys.
They would.
Whereas
So
he's
that's what-
basically just this settings Hermaeus Mora, but that's another thing entirely.
I'm just letting you know that's when Angel goes back to bed. Going back to bed.
As you leave, Avery just has a concerned look on his face.
Menina screams. It's fine. Chill.
I
Yes,
hug the
now-
calm emotion bear.
Now you got a reason, and it's like incoming existential crisis anxiety. We're fine. We're fine.
Yeah.
I'm letting you know Angel's
Bear
not
was
okay.
absolutely sandwiched between Aiko and I.
Yep, that would be a good place to put it. As you can
This
get the
entire
energy from
world
it.
is the plaything of a capricious, chaotic uniqueness guy. Okay, just don't worry about it. We're good.
We're not even going to talk about the eldritch beings that govern our very being in action.
Yeah, which
No, that one has red
I
hair
will
and
say
it
with the
climbs to the
25,
ceiling.
you would also know that amongst those many rumors, Menidna specifically falls into the classification for great old ones called gatekeepers, which posits a theory that there is, respectively speaking, a larger great old one that holds possession over every major subset of planes of existence.
Yeah, we haven't met that yet. Thank God.
Vinistra said, "So, the surgery so the night can progress."
We're waiting for Amber, because she's the one doing it.
I'm here now.
Good.
She is here.
Willkommen, Amber.
Baby is very picky about how you put her to bed. She is wide the fuck awake right now because I didn't wait long enough after burping her.
How dare you play games? I'm here, and I demand attention.
No, like, I didn't wait long enough after she burped to lay her on her back and rock her a bit. No, I did too quickly. Now you must suffer the fact I'm awake now.
Yep. Are we gonna have a camera from Amber?
No, I'm about to pump.
Oh, never mind, Mom.
No camera for you. I'm limited.
I think TOS would frown on that.
Very much so. It's like I
And
would
even if
love
we
to
were
have
streaming this
camera.
on a different platform, that's not the audience I want to attract.
Good Lord, no. All I need is all of the parents to come and go. That's not good for you to have your baby now.
Great thing about online streaming is you get to pick and choose who's in your chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that means I have to mod, and I'm not in the mood.
Speaking of which, in light of some problems from some recent weeks, does anyone want to double check that there's actually sound going through on the stream?
It was earlier.
Good.
Yeah, it's still going. If it's a little, it might be a little quiet.
I also want to apologize because that's literally, I know that y'all don't know that that's one of the things she talks to when she sleeps, but that's literally one of the ones that's in the roll set.
Also, thank you, Benda, for the lurk. I didn't even realize it.
All right, off we go to the town.
We're back in the ring. One ring of power. No, Dao. I can't fucking English.
Vinestra said, "We're going to Medicus."
Yeah. We're good. We have to go get Piccolo though because he's on the opposite side of Mochizuki Keep because he had a thing that needed to be on the other side of Mochizuki Keep. Oh, he had the box. He had the box with the house in it.
Mm-hmm.
Piccolo, she's gonna mentally link with Piccolo. Piccolo, drop the box off at Angels. Get your butt to the ring. We're going to Capulus Medicus. You're driving.
Sure. Does she point over at Vinestra when she says that?
No, she's mentally linked to Piccolo saying, "You're driving."
Angel, you hear Piccolo knock on your door.
My name.
He opens the door. I got the house. It's in this amber rock. There.
Ah.
He just sets it on a side table. I gotta go, because apparently the big dragon lady needs surgery.
Okay, will you tell Piper to come back as soon as possible? Because Jamie decided that she's leaving the house.
All right, I'm gonna go ask Piper to double check with big dragon lady that she didn't eat or drink anything at least 12 hours prior to now.
But she did. She had dinner with us.
Well, then we gotta put this off. Medical safety and all that. Or wait,
Yeah,
no, magic.
We live in a world of magic. You would think
Piper will
that
slap
we could
the
get
shit out of you
that.
for your insolence. Because if Piper can't just here's some medication so you don't throw up. Now, do you want to be awake and rock?
I need an emergency procedure because my appendix is about to explode. Did you eat in the last couple hours? No. Piccolo makes his way back over easy, Just being a shit because I recently been through a number of bullshit phone calls with medical bureaucracy, but hey.
He also tells Piccolo to tell Piper that Jamie ran off with her boyfriend and girlfriend.
Okay, cool. Hey, babe.
Yes.
Janie ran off with her boyfriends and girlfriend. Was it Janie or James or?
Jamie.
Fuck.
Jamie.
Well.
One of the kids. One of the drunk kids. One of the booze kids.
Arkins.
One of the fun ones.
Hey, that's going to be fun to deal with later. Okay, we will deal with that later. Let's get Vinestra Sergi, and let's go.
Anyone who can keep 3 people entertained at once in that way is probably interesting.
Do you need me to be the anesthesiologist as he picks up a big ass hammer?
Oh, you're not helping. You're watching the kids while my mom goes and gets her brother-in-law.
It's not fun. Okay, fine.
Need a therapist.
No, I do need both him and where's the one that specializes in surgery? This one I can't pronounce. Hold on. Control C. Putting it in general, the name of my uncle. That will be no bad. I didn't want the link. This name, no, this right here. Oh my god, computer. Control C, do your damn job. Control V, I'm putting it in general because my computer's starting to piss me off. I can't pronounce that one.
Hold on, Amber. Can you put it in our
Okay,
paper? Or you can put it on.
Yes, I can do that too. Anelios is the one I know how to pronounce now. But the other one specializes in surgeries. I might need his help. To like, I'm gonna
Some
need
people
somebody
who like
to
to
like.
screw with him like to ask, "Are you okay?"
So is Piccolo here now?
Yeah.
Yes. Did we tape him?
Lane, shift us home.
All right.
I was like, I need my normal driver.
Where's the driver?
He unfurls his wings and starts to quickly scratch celestial and demonic and fey runes onto the floor, a mix of all three. Because he's half awake and not sure which script he's putting down after he completes the circle and it does nothing. He looks at it for 2 seconds.
This is be fair.
Right. Okay, hold on. Give me... Fuck.
Sylvan.
Writes it
I'm
down
letting
in
you know
Sylvan, and it goes off without a hitch.
Sylvan, my love.
Literally putting in her brain. Sylvan. Sylvan, you dingus.
Meanwhile, Piper. Sylvan, my love. Yes. Sorry.
As he fills in the circle, you all walk through and land promptly in Capulus Medicus, where coffee plants are practically the only kind of foliage present.
Lots and lots of hybrids. Whoa, right. I'ma go to my door.
Okay. Actually, because now I'm seeing that we are at that time in the stream, to allow for some proper time to set up, and also for some time for me to wake up my leg, we're going to go on our 15-minute break here. Sorry, I know it's just kind of cutting off the next scene at the balls for a second. From the break, went a little bit longer than planned, because again, got dizzy. I'm still dizzy now, just now I'm sitting in front of a camera while dizzy. Also
Sitting down.
slight headache, so there's that. But I'm not going to let it be too much of a negative influence. If it turns into an active problem, I will let you guys know, and we'll either go on another BRB or end prematurely, depending on kind of which direction it goes. But right now, I'm not the most confident that it's going to fall off the proverbial cliff. Knocking on wood either way. So, on to Piper, who, well, you guys have already just jumped into Capulus Medicus.
We're about to walk through my front door and say hi to the house.
Yep.
Xanon would have gone with them because he needs Piper.
Yeah, okay. Alrighty. And of course, venturing inside, you do enter into this massive, I guess an equivalent in size and scale would be basically like a redwood tree. I believe it is literally a sentient redwood, if I remember correctly. But
It is several different trees. It's
oh yeah,
seven
that's
trees
right, because
total.
you ended up grafting a bunch of different things into it.
Well, I merged my 3-tone tree house to it and then added 3 more.
So, decidedly the sentient tree fey mutant at this point. Welcome back. This is Puck.
Do you like the tree, baby bonsai tree ant that Piccolo brought home.
It is still going through extensive therapy.
To be expected. Figured he'd keep you company when I'm not here.
He has a lot of war stories.
Yeah.
By war
But he's
stories, I mean he wakes up with night terrors.
To be expected. Anyway,
so what brings you? Is it the
well,
two foreign half-dragons that absolutely reek of corruption?
One's corruption should be fading here soon. The other one, I have to surgically remove some runes. Which, how is my surgical room doing? And I will need my uncle. How do you pronounce that name again, Joe? I forgot how to pronounce the name.
General, I'll do it for you. Oteirin.
Which reminds me, I'll switch playlists over to.
Need my uncle Oteirin because how many runes do I see circled on Venestra?
As far as very sort of pockmarked, sort of stabbed in entry points, there's, at least currently visible, there's about 5.
Angel circled all the ones on her body that are the bad ones. Oteirin?
Tayrin.
Oh, Oteirin.
How do I...
Oh yeah, Otei then.
that?
Oteirin. Okay. Yes, I need Uncle Tayrin and Uncle Emilios for a different purpose.
I will do my best to summon them.
That's alright, I was gonna have my mother go get him. Then yells through the door, "Ma!
What?
I have a thing I need you to do for me.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Could you find Oteirin and Emilios, please?"
I am making a souffle.
She's making a souffle.
If I make one misstep, the whole damn thing's gonna collapse.
Like I said, da!
Evan pokes his head out. Hello. How are you doing?
Good, I need your brothers, Oteirin and Emilios.
Why?
Well, Oteirin, I need to help me with surgically removing some bad runes off of this fine specimen of dragon lady.
You're huge.
And I need Emilios to go to Mochizuki Keep, that's currently sitting in Kirin, to give Violet can have a nice therapy section. She's about, if the way she looked, earlier today, she looked like she was about one step away from cracking, and we don't need her cracking. You don't want a barbarian cracking, especially one that has an egg on the way.
You want Oteirin to helm therapy.
No, Emilios does the psychology musical therapy.
Emilius is the better option, frankly. I was getting the wires crossed.
Oteirin's helping me with surgery. I just said this.
If anything, Oteirin might make you crazier.
Father,
Yeah.
I love you.
I'm high.
Figured. Just have Oteirin meet me in the surgical room until Emilios, Mochizuki Keep, Kirin, find Violet.
Okay. Walks off. I'm gonna roll to see if he gets those instructions right.
Vinestra said, does lay on high remove highs?
Does lay on hands remove highs? You can catch him before he runs
Lay
off.
on high is a completely separate ability. You gotta learn that from a pot fairy.
There you go, she fixed it.
I mean, anything's worth a try, but okay, so after
Diseases and poisons or its thing.
True. Gets a little complicated though with that kind of imbibement.
Because it's at one of Piper's coffee weeds.
Yeah. There's as many benefits as there are detriments.
Of course, he decided to imbibe in the coffee weed. He loves testing the shit.
Either way, after about 15 minutes, he arrives with both. Right, so it wasn't entirely... You got a natural 4. So... I couldn't find a Kireen. I know they like to trudge around the Feywild, but, you know, it's kind of hard to find one, especially around here.
That's good enough, Dad. Thank you.
Right.
Go be high somewhere else for now, okay?
I heard your ma was making a souffle. I wonder if it's done already.
Don't
You come
bother
anywhere
her
near
souffle.
this room, and I will beat you upside the face with the souffle pan.
Piper's like, I know better to the fuck with Mom right now.
Domestic violence is bad.
Right.
Yeah, just go right out the high in our recreational room. Oh,
Right,
just push
that's a great idea. I'm gonna go
gently.
find a stack.
Okay, please tell me my uncles are not high. Are you guys good?
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay,
So-
Emilios,
Yes, darling. What do you need?
I need. So, do you remember Violet, who I introduced you to like about 6 months ago?
Violet.
Barbarian doggo purple dragonic lady.
Oh, right, her. Yeah, no, she was... Are you sure she wasn't fake? Because that's kind of a whacked out combination.
She was originally a snow elf that was right next to an amethyst dragon when it died.
Which could have easily
So-
been misconstrued as a winter ladron who died next to a peeved off fey dragon. Either way, it's just about the right kind of chaotic mess that I'm plenty able to handle.
Well,
think.
She looks like earlier today, from what had happened today, she will probably
What
tell
did
you
happen
all
today?
about
I'd like the context to know what I'm going into.
Everybody has bad roads, and this one that was on her, I had to chisel out of her pelvic bone while I made sure that her egg was okay.
Right. Is she one of the ones that over-explains when she's nervous?
I don't remember. Either way, right now they are at Mochizuki Keep, which is currently sitting in Kirin right now because we finally decided to test its flying capabilities. That was fun.
Sorry, I had to take 2 seconds to just think that Miss Mochizuki's grandmother just didn't find a new romantic partner when you mentioned inside a Kirin.
No, the country of Kirin.
You mean the frozen island up north?
Yes, that's where Violet's grandmother is, and we had to bring Mochizuki Keep to hold a battalion of
I'm in my
dwarves.
summer form, lass. This is gonna suck. I'm not gonna have enough time to switch to my winter form. If you want me to get
Go
there
eat a
quick.
winter bean. Go eat a winter bean. That's what those are for.
Aye. Alright.
Thank you. I owe you one.
Yeah, you do.
I know you hate the winter ones. Love the fall ones, hate the winter ones.
Despise it.
Make
My
them
nipples
taste
turn
like
into
me.
diamonds.
Okay. Oterin, I'm going to need your help. If you can see all these circles on the nice dragon lady here, those are all... There's certain runes in there. I will show you the first one so you know which ones to look
Runes?
for. Bad runes.
Clarify.
If, well, these runes are not...
involved soul. Just so you know. I didn't touch any of the ones that said soul on it. Because the attachment of her soul was the one I was avoiding.
You said you only did the ones that were the ones we were looking for.
Problematic.
Because I'm already seeing a fuckload of runes just on her wings. Those
Okay,
seem...
so some of them are to keep her soul intact. She's not originally from here. It's a big wibbly wobbly timey wimey bullshit thing that
Right,
happened.
I noticed.
And,
There's some technologies that are giving me a stroke just looking at it.
well, she needs certain ones that she did not put in herself to be removed. I will show you one. You should be able to find the rest under these circle marks. So,
Okay, I'm gonna make a mock-up sketch, right? I'm gonna have her circle what the fuck she doesn't want me to touch.
good idea.
She's not going to be able to read them. They're written in a different script. That was why Angel did it in the first place.
Yes, but it's also make sure not to touch the ones that are right next to the ones we want to get to.
Do they need
Don't
to be
accidentally hit
repeated
that one.
to recognize a shape?
Well, if they're too close, you can, and if you're not careful enough, you might accidentally scratch out the wrong
A little
rune.
sort of mushroom-like frog crawls up on his shoulder and jumps down from about 3 stories up onto the ground, inflates itself, and he jumps down and lands on it like it's an airbag. And he just goes... And as it inhales, it inflates. There you go, good boy. Right. Now let me get a good look at you so I can make this sketch. Why don't I? And Anelius right now, he is currently in his normal-ass spring lantern form, bright sort of pinks and greens. He's got this sort of far extended, long, windy goatee that sort of winds down and wraps around into a belt. Long, extended, fey-like ears. His eyebrows seem to have had extensions added to them, as they seem to also loop around and then eventually curl down and add to that extended goatee. Had a bit of a wacky few weeks. Just... Anyway, I'm gonna roll to see
You mean
that...
Oterin?
Yeah, Oterin.
Vinestra said, well, for starters, don't touch this one. V would move her top out of the way before her chest cavity morphed skin parting as she motioned to a stone-like core. Don't touch this O. N-E.
Oh,
That was
N-E.
perfectly fine typed out.
Okay, the TTS, for some reason, doesn't know how to say one.
Table flip.
Table flip.
It said one right the first time, but then the second one was like, I don't. What is this?
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll
Okay,
to see the
give me
quality
the
of the
baby.
sketch.
Give me a baby. It's fine. Give me
Decent,
the
really
baby.
decent. With a bit of charcoal and actually a bit of paint as he just bothers to add the color, he eventually lays out kind of a full external diagram of your body. First of all, great, if massive tits, before you opened up your chest. As a whole, you're generally pretty tall, but either way, from what I can see here, and he holds out the diagram,
V is fairly
Aside-
flat.
aside from the core bit. Well, they're massive relative to the whole body here. I mean, you're kind of big.
Bigger than he's not used to because she's taller than he's used to.
Right. Not the first mountain I climbed.
Pepper's just like, oh my god. I am gonna go check to make sure the surgical room is
I know I have a
correct.
partner, I'm just making small talk, but anyway. Make circles.
No, they don't. Oh, you don't know.
Bigger rude talk. Anyway.
And after I'm assuming you mark out which areas, at least externally, not to fuck with. Right, so then it's just generally these areas kind of down in here. Any known allergies? Or anything of the sort?
He does the paperwork. I hate
I am allergic to idiots. So be smart when you're working on me.
Please don't be with the one working.
That is
Please don't.
Vinistra said,
Real talk.
none that I've ever been aware of.
Well, you're in the Feywild. You're bound to find at least one. Now then, any natural physiological resistances to sort of, well, the rather invasive implements I might be using, sort of the piercing and slicing and potentially, depending on the nature of it, cauterizing variety, or any natural sort of resistances to certain poisons, of course, as a matter of fact, well, you know, certain kinds of anesthetic is naturally just a poison by its nature. Or resistances to magical sleep, of course.
How you doing?
I am fairly resistant to all of that.
Well, then what's your pain threshold, darling?
Not a good question.
Because it's sounding like we're going to have to do this while you're awake.
Just yells down, I have a sound!
Good to know.
It's essentially magical light again.
Seeing as how come I can probably turn those off. Hi.
You can turn off your... Right, so... in this case, actually, since we're doing something surgical, I'm actually going to ask that you not do that, because if certain specific things start to hurt, that means either I did something wrong or there's a different issue going on, and I need to know when those things hurt to know what to address.
Alter self is a fun thing. As long as the alter self doesn't move the current circle mark, good.
Right. Alright, and then of course, finally, favorite color thread and favorite flavor of sweet.
Bitches.
He's so good with kids. Let's say you're.
I'm a pediatrician, what do you expect?
Pediatrician. He's a surgical pediatrician. Oh my god. I love wordplay. It's so great.
Oh, also, specifically, any sort of fey ancestry of any kind, I need to know if there's any whimsy I need to account for in your anatomy.
Hi.
Vinestra said, very well, but yes, it is high. I've been injured plenty of times. And I guess strawberries. And no fey.
No fey, strawberries, and you didn't mention the thread color. Never mind, I'll just dealer's choice, I guess. Let's see here. You're kind of plus-sized, so I'll need fairly large operating table. Okay.
Piper's getting the surgical room prepped. She's like, I got this. This is mine.
And then any complications to your knowledge about the small one there on your shoulder? Pointing straight up at Amira.
Amira is fine.
Yeah, she puked everything already.
Oh, wait, she did some vomiting.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Just don't
Well,
think
I'd
too
like
hard
to do
about
at
it.
least an observation. I'd like to do a once over. Just to be, you know.
You think I didn't do that before I go out here?
You got any documentation to give me?
No.
Hands the clipboard over. Yes, because I knew you'd fucking ask.
Kind of a baseline necessity there, Pipey.
I fucking hate paperwork. Rooms ready.
Alright.
Let's go.
Notable anatomical features. Half dragon. What color? Probably a bad time to mention I am bloody colorblind.
Excuse me. What?
It's the Feywild. It's not really much of a factor most of the time. Don't really deal with
Vinestra
dragon
said, "Why does it matter?"
inherent elemental resistances. With that, it also means certain substances may or may not be agreeable when, well, intervening in your body.
Intervening.
May also give me a sense for what smell your blood might be.
That is not a thing for me.
Not a thing. Right, well,
Is she like
it's
a-
still an important question for the smell of your blood.
Yeah, I kind of don't need you vomiting again.
No, that's not really an issue. On account of being
My scales are
colorblind.
blue.
Blue, great. Right, so that means that your blood's gonna smell a wee bit like ether. That's gonna help.
She's like, oh my god, Uncle, stop. I just need you to do this one thing. I'll do
Part
the
of my
whole
job
bunch
is to
of
ask too many questions for a reason.
Job.
Let me do my job. No, that's everything I can think of. Let's get started.
Well, it advise about not assuming. I'm not from your world.
Solid point.
Hmm.
Oh,
Well-
look who knows so much. That's all I keep thinking, man. It's me, I'll come back to trace like realize I was. Oh, look who knows so much.
30 more questions.
Not from this. Well, okay. Then I'm gonna have to. I'll have to draw some blood. That part's quick. Who does more of this? You're me. You're me, Pipey.
I am just wanting you to at least help a bit so I'm not touring however fucking many of these rooms by myself.
Rush
Because the quicker
jobs
we
are how
do that-
people die.
Not what I meant. I don't want to get so tired by the end I make a mistake. I don't do
How
well
many
doing
different kinds of
no-
coffee plants did you make, and you're worried about getting tired?
Hey, none of them yet have no after effects of getting exhaustion afterwards. Still working on that bit.
Right.
Shit, I forgot to do that in the cast. I'll have to go later. Not today, next week maybe.
Not today, no. Right, so. How thick is your skin? By which I mean, how likely are you to break the... You know what? You already said as much. I'm gonna grab one of these. He goes digging into his jacket and grabs a syringe with a fucking steel needle. And it is about 6 inches long. Well, where do you think your most prominent veins are? Because I can stick it in your hand. That's gonna be the most straightforward option. But no, you know, that in the hand will hurt like a mother.
Usually right next to the heart where the biggest veins are.
We don't want to do
Those
that.
are called ventricles,
Vinestra said,
disembodied voice.
My arm. Should do.
Right? He draws some blood and then proceeds to squirt a bit onto his pinky, sniff it, and then rub some on his teeth.
I told you about blood-borne illnesses.
How better to research them than to experience them firsthand? Now,
Oh my god.
That's such twisted
Whoa.
logic.
are going to be the death of me.
Oh
He's
no.
gonna be the death of himself.
Ah. Death's overrated. I already tried it a couple of times.
I'm aware I had
die
to
for-
bring you back from one of those. The whole
Yeah.
reason why we had to handle this problem.
Electroshock's a wild ride. Now, let's go. He lays you out on the table. Now, since you're going to have to be awake for this, and I've told you not to turn off the pain receptor thing, well, do you prefer biting down on a belt, biting down on a person, or just howling to the air? Because I will tell you, the howling part kind of limits my ability to communicate while we're up inside you.
Oh, don't say it like that.
Oh, don't say it like that.
How else would you want me to say it? It's not. It's not exactly untrue here.
Oh, but while
Vinestra
Under the
said,
knife.
"It'll be fine, and if I need to, I'll bite ya."
That'll do. This arm right here is the one I won't be using a scalpel on, so if you gotta bite it off, bite it off. Let's do this. Alright.
God, this guy's unhinged. I love him.
We need to actually.
I'm ready to go. She's like, I'm going to show you the first one first. Then you can do the rest on your own. Okay?
See, I was figuring just open the box and get everything out.
Oh my god. No! No!
Heard of this
This
ancient
is a
human
game
game
of
called,
Operation.
Operation or something.
Okay, I am going to stop your visits with Griffin for a month. If you're going to be like this, I could just do this by myself.
Then you wouldn't have called me down here. Let's get started. Roll me a medicine check.
It's like, sir, I'm going to kill you in my own operating room. 18 plus 20.
18 plus 16. Same baseline roll.
I'm just a wee better because Angel taught me how to do surgery even better.
Alright.
Yeah.
In which case, I'm also going to roll duration with advantage for how long this will take. And by advantage, I mean technically I take the lower number. Okay. So, turns out that this is going to be decidedly invasive over the course of the next 6 hours.
Oh, that is a brilliant. Ooh.
And over that course, while you are slowly and steadily opened up, and do end up, well, roll me a con save for how much pain you're kind of not able to fully tune out.
Oh, it's Amira holding her head like it's gonna be okay. So cute. It'd be so cute.
Everything's gonna be fine. You will be fine. We're gonna be okay.
You are a good, big, strong lady. Being headbutt by a child. Waiting for Venestra's roll up. Oh. Hi. And Piper's also had a bucket ready because when Violet got the runes pulled out of her, she threw up. And I would have warned Otarian that was gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's not gonna aspirate, it's just going to happen. Venestra? Bowsen.
Vinestra said, "It's
Oh.
loading."
Oh, okay.
The woes of technology.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll check the messages in a minute.
I'll see.
15 plus 12.
Okay. So, It's just a bad time to eat chocolate. Okay. Over the course of that 6-hour duration, you've dealt with a number of rather extreme injuries throughout your life, even before kind of learning how to work with agglomancy, and, shape change and various abilities to limit your pain capacity. So, at the absolute worst, the pain gets to like a mild impalement, to the point where you're found more so just gritting your teeth at moments rather than finding the full urge to bite onto somebody's arm. And the amount of noise you produce is, relatively, all things considered, limited. Until finally, what is fully extracted from your body, slowly but surely, are 22 different rusted metalled shards with those galenic runes on them.
Lovely.
Some of which, and these were the only extremely painful parts, were embedded all the way into your spinal column.
Well, that's fun.
And of course, naturally, as the last one gets extracted, almost as a pure, almost bodily reflex, you feel your head just kind of jolt over and vomit into a waiting bucket, which promptly overflows, as with every single time that a character has vomited out the black ichor that comes with this stuff. It has been multiple times the volume of their body, and your body is quite large indeed.
I need more than one bucket.
Piper's just like grabbing another bucket.
Oh yeah.
Grabbing a big bucket.
Much for a
Grabbing a
sterile
big bucket.
environment.
Well, at the end of surgery, it's no longer sterile environment. Good thing she's closed.
Yeah.
She's good. Now, eye surgery is the one you don't want people puking in.
Mm-hmm.
Because the inside of
And
your
after
eye
that
will
last
become...
room was extracted, healing magic is simple enough to get her closed up pretty damn quick.
How you feeling, Astros?
It was also around then that he realized, picking a thread color was for kids that were, afraid of healing magic and wanted to get stitched up normally. So since we healed you magically, here's just, because you didn't really pick a color, just a little bracelet I made of all the colors of thread. There's that for you.
Did he have time to do that?
Piper's like, oh, you have time to do that? Also, you would be surprised how many Fae children are scared of healing magics.
You'd be amazed how much you can crochet with one free, currently being bitten arm.
It was never bitten, you said. That you never felt it.
Then who the hell was biting it? And he lifts up his arm and there's that fucking mushroom frog gnawing on it.
Nice.
You're such a good boy, gives him a coffee mushroom.
During those 6 hours, I think Xanon would ask Piper for a checkup.
He's not in the same place.
Piper was an active participant during that surgery. So,
Yeah.
while you can do a checkup on him during those 6 hours, it would be at disadvantage as you are actively doing a
Did you
procedure.
go with him? Because he wasn't.
Yeah, he did.
He's not there.
You did?
You did?
He went along.
Vinestra said. He said he did.
Okay.
I'll wait till after.
Yeah. Yeah, Piper would if you asked during, be like, after, sure. Just give me a moment. One moment, please.
Oh, and here, he produces a roughly golf ball-sized strawberry jawbreaker. I wouldn't chew it if I were you. Or do. Then I get to do another surgery.
I'm well enough, Piper. And thanks. Now then, what to do with those runes?
I would suggest,
Don't keep them. You get rid of them. You get rid of them.
yeah, we better, burn it with fire, burn the ashes, and burn the ashes of those ashes. I don't know, we get rid of them and destroy them. Destroy them first.
Disintegrate.
Disintegrate? Do you know disintegrate?
Well, I don't really handle the destroying of foreign objects. It's kind of more your department. I'm not really an adventurer type as much as well, unless you count adventuring within the damaged anatomy of other beings.
Since asking you, is your name Venestra? I was not asking you.
Look, I assume when people are talking, they're talking to me. That's just kind of a me problem.
Okay, my quota of Otarian nonsense is filled. Thank you very much, I owe you. Bye!
Yes, you do. I'll be calling you at a most inconvenient time, and he leaves.
Is this the same one who's going to show up in a minute and basically talk to everybody?
Vinestra said, not really. Now then, how long do I need to lay still to recover, or can I get up?
Well,
With the healing magic, she should be fine.
Yeah, you should be fine. Use healing magic. That's why he gave you a bracelet of the thread, which I don't know when he did that, but he's kind of a nut. That's why he's not the psychiatrist. The psychiatrist went to go visit Violet.
And Violet's about to find out why some psychiatrists are actually a lot more disturbed than their patients.
How nut-shaped is this man? He's a nut job. Didn't say he was nut-shaped.
He's shaped like a walnut. Where? You don't want to know.
You said he was a nut. Oh, well. Yeah, you're right. Probably a walnut. You're right. If we were to pick a nut, a walnut. Great brains! Just a little nutty. Because walnuts are good for your brain.
I question their brains.
Meanwhile, now that that's concluded, Piper, you can give Xanon that once over, or twice over, or thrice over.
Okay, well, I will let little, Mike, because some of the Myconids you said did come to live with me so they could clean rooms like this.
Yeah.
Because they like the blood. We'll let these little Myconids, clean up, and we'll go into an actual, checking room instead of a surgical, an OR, as, humans used to call those.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna go upstairs. Why I put them in different floors, I don't know. I have yet to redo the floor layout.
I'll just nod my head and follow her.
Vanessa, would you like to come with, or... Waiting for the typing. Doodly-doo. Wait for the typing. Doodly-doo. Gotta wait for the internet. Hi. Dust.
Vinestra said, Vinestra would accompany Piper. Especially as I want to make sure Xanon's still not being puppeted by an Efreet.
Yeah, let's get you checked up on then. Let's go. Doodly-doo. Up the dark stairs now. Doodly-doo.
Alright. Going into, of course, a proper examination room. You're looking to do more of an arcane observation or a medical one in this case.
Both. Physical.
I would ask for
Then
both.
an arcane.
Alright, medicine first, as that is your absolute strong suit.
If possible, I would ask her, can you examine my soul?
I can try.
It's more of an angel thing.
It's more of a That's my financial thing. But I can try first. But
Okay.
first, let's check your physical body. 15 plus 20.
35. Other than like some mild traces of frostbite from being encased in that ice, it's generally fine, and even then, magical healing does wonders for that.
Since when he was in a block of ice? When?
Yeah, that was part of that thing the other day.
Oh,
Vinestra
Yes,
said. Vinestra would pull out the Efreet core that she had punched out. Make sure it doesn't look like this.
yes, I was possessed for a bit, and I stabbed myself in the neck and was also frozen in ice.
Yeah, what you do see also the sort of leftover, it looks almost like a bad cat scratch at this point, because again, magical healing does wonders, but there's still, that was a really bad hit. You can see kind of where he jammed it in and likely probably hit himself in the carotid or jugular. Very sensitive sort of bleeding area, but it is sealed over.
I was trying to get it out.
Oh. Okay. So, I'm gonna cast. Let me see if I have it first. Yes. Detect good and evil.
Okay. What is Xanon's alignment, naturally?
Naturally, chaotic good.
Got it, good. Okay. You
Make sure there's
detect no immediate notion of evil left over in either Xanon or Ravik.
Yeah. Leans over to Vanessa. Would it be evil in nature or no?
Sorry, what?
I'm asking Vanessa if the Efret core thingy would make it evil. Would be evil in nature.
There's also no direct evil that was...
Vinestra said. I mean, it was a chaotic entity that was imprisoned.
Yeah. No evil presence radiating off of the core either, but though there is sort of an almost like honeysuckle reaction to that spell for anything good-natured, there's decidedly not that kind of radiation coming off of the core either. Not good, not evil.
Neutral, okay.
And so it was chaos.
Chaos. I guess use the arcane to see if I can detect his soul or vibe check.
Since this is an abstract use of magic, let's say vibe check.
Good, I am now an expert at it. All because I made concentrate.
I just want to make sure there's no lingering.
Okay, that's a
anything.
16 plus 18.
Okay, 16 plus 18, making for a 34. Yeah, that definitely exceeds the DC of 30.
I smashed it out of the park.
It's interesting. You've through dreams and things, been able to see the souls of allies and that kind of thing, but usually purely in a dream state. Have you been able to kind of catch a gleam of that? Which in some cases has been just kind of a raw mode of energy, in other cases has been a humanoid sort of ghost-like reflection of them. But generally speaking, for living and mortal beings, it's that sort of core mote of light and energy. And it is naturally strange looking at it with Xanon and Ravik, as they are bound together and joined. It's like almost like a swirling thread, like a closed circuit between the two beings, with the way it seems to react. You've seen similar reactions in looking at soul-bound beings, but this is, even still in and of itself, a little different in that they also seem to share physical health. It seems to almost like spider and spindle out into their nerves for each other. And so that structure in and of itself, you know, because you know how that's supposed to look, or at least how it's likely supposed to look, because what you're looking at right now seems broken in places.
Oh. Okay,
And where it's broken and cracked in those places, there's that same sort of erratic shakiness that seems to be coming off of that core. And this is largely down to the rules that were made for you to sort of regain control of yourself, while Idlesh then ended up having full control over Ravik separate from you. It started to disrupt that soul bond. While you two are still bound, it is a frayed rope in places.
Okay, this is no longer in my wheelhouse. We're gonna need somebody who does more soul stuff than me, and that is not me.
What did you find?
There's some erratic bits in y'all's soul mind, and I don't know what to do about that, so I'm going to go to my favorite expert, because she's the only one on this godforsaken ring and plains and that I know of, because I don't know anybody else. I'm quite an introvert.
Damn that freak.
Yeah, we're gonna need to go back. Like now.
Can you at least reduce the scarring on my neck?
Oh yes, I can do that. Just Piper's just gonna.
Thank you.
Vinestra said, "That reminds me. We need to talk with everyone about those runes we found. Apparently that Efreet also knew their title."
Oh shite, so we're definitely gonna need to go back. Okay, Piccolo, where the fuck are you?
So, Piccolo walks in with a pile of various flavored candies just in his arm while he's busy just
Those are
chewing
for
up.
children. Those are for children or people who just been operated on.
The cabinet was open.
Not for you to take. Not for you to take.
Just because it's open does not mean it's community based. It just means
The fuck? Stole my surgery trophy candies?
go put it back before
Wait
he
a minute.
operates on you.
Wait a minute.
Go put those back before he operates on you non-consensually, because he will, you know it.
With what's left out? No. I'm not done with what's left out.
I know how to surgically turn someone's sphincter inside out.
Oh, Lord.
Get back, or at least make one of the kids do it if you're that scared of my uncle. Because at least he won't hurt the kids.
And suddenly, that crazed Eladrin just rounds his head around the doorway. You. Right, we're going. And he just drops it, grabs your arm. We're going, we're leaving.
We. Don't forget the other two. And with that, do we make it back? Because I really gotta be.
Yeah, you do. That is
Okay,
the
cool.
fastest plane shift that Piccolo has ever summoned.
By the time they get back, are we eating breakfast at least?
Yeah. And because of Faye timey-wimey stuff, Aurelios also is kind of right there at their magical arrival point.
Great. Awesome. So, where me and Avery were eating breakfast at this point?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
With Avery munching on a breakfast pastry that looks suspiciously like a brown sugar Pop-Tart.
Share! I want so bad right now. God damn. I love brown sugar Pop-Tarts. The brown sugar and cinnamon are the best ones. By far. Sorry, they're my favorite.
I agree.
Friendship. This is why friendships are friendships.
Okay, some of the Spotify buttons are working, some are not. I need to go back and make sure that I can get all of them fixed.
Vinestra said, just to confirm, everyone is there.
Yeah. Excuse me.
The Dwarven delegates are supposed to be there for a total of 3 days before they leave to get everything finalized, because they said that there still was some stuff they wanted to talk about as far as locations and Roasted Peak stuff and...
Yeah, they're gonna be there until another Aurora starts out here. Which that one's gonna be a completely mundane Aurora, but that one will be popping up nightly for looks like a little over 2 weeks.
Yay.
Perks of being in a northern fronting country.
I'm letting you know, Violet's sitting at the table completely relaxed with her like knees up, and Angel is kind of like mirroring across there just with her knees up.
Okay. We have learned with the new thing in my body, no holding in pee. Never doing that again.
Vinestra said, Vinestra would approach the table and place the Efreet core on the table. So everyone, we need to talk about those entities we saw yesterday, as well as figure out more about who they are, and discuss what we plan to do next.
While there's still delegates at the table?
Oh, that text-to-speech is fucking having a stroke, I swear to God. It can't say they.
Okay, question, Joe. While the delegates are still at the table?
So I would say, at least this early in the morning, I'm assuming that you guys have set up breakfast kind of back in the living quarters and away from the delegation for now. Would you prefer to do it that way?
Even know where she doesn't know where that is. None of them know anything around about that castle. They don't know where the living quarters is as far as the living table, that giant table that we have.
Angel has plenty of children that could easily lead you guys there.
And I was gonna say Piper probably was just like, I'm going to the bathroom real quick.
This is a Saturday, yes.
This is, to be honest, this is technically a Tuesday.
Is it Tuesday?
Oh, it's another Tuesday.
So they're gonna have to have the adults lead them, considering all the kids have class.
Yeah.
And Piper went to the bathroom because the Eldridge person taking care of her had to go.
Yeah. All the shit that happened yesterday was a cosmic example of why people hate Mondays.
Go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
I already did. Player already did.
She looks over at Vinestra. Can we not put that on a table in a holy space? I understand it's chaos incarnate, but I would prefer it right now to be on the table in the holy space. And you can see Angel has been crying for hours. There's giant circles under her eyes at this point.
Piper finally makes it. I'm so sorry. I think I held in my pee that entire surgery and forgot about it.
Again?
Teleportation makes me remember, okay? It was 6 hours! I'm so fucking tired!
It's all good. Hey, babe, do you want a surgery trophy? And he pulls out a couple of lollipops that he managed to escape with out of his jacket.
The rest of them. I'm gonna go find Emilios real quick. I'm going to tell him to give it back to a Tarian.
Hey, no. Hey, you just did a surgery? By all means, one of those is a trophy for you.
Vinestra said she would store the core away. Fine, but this Efreet knew who they were. Xanan care to tell everyone what happened and you found out from the Efreet.
Yes. Quick question. You said there were delegates in front of us, or is it just the group?
No,
You guys are back in basically the living quarters kitchen table.
Can you wait for about 15 minutes as she basically looks at her children? I understand that we're all curious. But school time starts now, so I think you need to go upstairs and get your clothes on.
I could have Uncle Bruce take y'all to school. I know
One
y'all
of your
love
younger
that.
kids is just staring at the cord that's being held aloft. But Mom, I think I feel like feverish or something, or I have a
No.
I have a cough. I should stay home.
Bruce just
I'm gonna
walks in
count.
like, it's time to go to school. Picks up each curious child, just stuffs on his back.
I'm gonna count to 3 for the rest of you. 1, 2. Who wants to have to clean out the horse pens this afternoon, considering they're in location?
Intimidation with advantage.
So, I say with Bruce's, what's Bruce's strength modifier, by the way?
That'd
Enough
be
for a bunch of children.
24 DM. 24 DM.
Between Bruce's natural strength mod and that intimidation check, yeah, the kids end up getting filtered out.
Oh no, I wanted to know how many kids he was able to pick up. So what's his strength mod? Because whatever I just rolled plus his strength mod is how many kids he had picked up.
I think he's a +5, so.
He was able to carry 13 children.
That's what I thought. Now you may continue. As far as the adults go, I know you have magic classes for those who need to go. Please go. For those who are going to be here, because I have to have a discussion with the adult children, please stay put.
And then everyone who needs to filter out filters out.
Now talk about the retreat.
I was possessed for a bit, but I do remember those 5 entities appeared, and I coughed up that horn or antler. The Ifrit knew them as the Conjoined Chaos, the 5 Lords of Limbo. My memory's still a bit hazy.
Have any of you been to Limbo?
I know their names.
You have been, Piper. You went with me.
Yeah, when you guys witnessed them, Piper, you do know their names because of your Eyes of the Rune Keeper.
Yeah, so Piper just kind of passes out little papers of their names to everybody in their native tongue because she's just like, I could write everything.
Right. What was the rush back here for, Piper?
What?
You
Sorry.
rush back here. Usually it'll take a day. Sometimes when you're at your home.
Yeah. So Xanon and Ravik soulbound is. I don't know what's going on with it, but it doesn't look right.
Looking over at it, DM, can I see it?
Vibe check for me.
Vibe check?
Vibe check.
Are they natural 20?
Alright, gotta give.
Making for a modified.
Natural 20, DM, which means it a 30 something.
Okay, 30 something. Right away. All right. Yeah. You've seen kind of the soul bond before. You've peeked. It looks, again, best way I can put it, like a frayed rope. There are pieces that are frayed, broken, cracked. It looks like the bond was damaged, which should not be strictly possible, but given the type of soul bond they have, maybe it was a complication with a being possessing a soul hosted between 2 bodies.
Okay.
Particularly a being that was apparently made entirely of chaos.
I'm gonna talk to Nick real quick, because Nick is better about putting He's taking things apart, but putting back together is harder for him.
I have
Okay.
destroyed souls, so at least as far as soul damage, I might have something to offer there. It's a bitch to do. Either way. But do you want me to look at it?
I would like you to try. If you can't, I can do it, because I can work on some soul singing, but they're going to have to dance. Soul singing should put it back together within maybe 15 to 30 minutes, if we can manage them to match each other's heartbeats.
Dravok, anyway.
Where is Robert?
He should be with me.
Yeah, Ravik is right there next to you.
Oh. Pepper's just like, oh my god, you're so quiet.
Am I chopped liver?
Sorry, you're quiet. I forget you're there. Sorry.
And you're small.
I have a question. Is there anything in your training that was like a kata or a dance or a trained movement that you guys did in perfect synchronization?
Yes, it was.
Then I need you to do that, and I need you to give me an idea of what the music was like in that situation.
Nick is going to roll to see what he can glean from that soul bond and kind of the state it's in.
Okay.
Okay. I'm assuming there was a ritual involved with you and Ravik kind of getting put together, right?
She looks over at Nicodemus, and yes, she's nods at him.
Yes.
It looks like it was kind of done externally. Do you happen to know who did it?
Who bonded us?
Yeah.
Well, it was done, I guess, a very young age. Can't remember. I would assume one of my parents. The second, I had to do myself with Ravik.
Okay. Yeah, so he's looking at the two of you almost like he's reading a book, like he's looking through you both in a way. And as something that is very notable, his eyes are dilated heavily while he's staring at the both of you as if his eyes have almost gone just entirely black.
I would also like to apologize to everyone. Since I was possessed, I don't remember much. Did I hurt anyone?
Other than waiting on my patients, no. Angel says out loud. Violet's like, agreed.
Be right back. Got a diaper to change.
Okay. Yeah. Do that dance. If there's anything physically tangible that involved your initial joining process, I would do that now. Do that. I'm gonna take a look at you again after that's done.
Why don't you go ask Dad if he can look through that memory of when they got soul bonded and see if there was a song playing in the background.
Why don't you give it a shot, love?
I haven't done memory searching in a while, but I can give it a try.
Right, because I don't know if you're seeing this, but it looks like it's actively fraying. So I'd say, a faster route would be better. So let's see if you can glean.
I would have to do this outside.
Where's the training grounds located that we have? Hey, why don't we just take him to the training grounds we have in the house?
Sure.
The ones that the dragons use.
If there's a table there, we can bring the talk there too.
There is. There's one on the side.
All right.
She looks at
Because I
all her
remember
kids.
we broke the last one, love. So.
No, I put a new one in. It's made out of stone this time.
I doubt that'll stop us the next time we want to use it.
Considering it's made out of obsidian, it's gonna take us a while.
No, obsidian's really brittle, but it's still a non-incentive because it gets really sharp when it breaks.
She takes them to a large training ground where it has an open space. There's a table on one side where she looks at all of her children and just makes a head gesture to go sit down.
Yeah.
I'm letting you know the adults fill the bleachers, considering how many I just redid all of my books. The adults fill the bleachers.
Yeah, which, since this is your house, and this is kind of the first time that really anybody in the last 5 years of this campaign has gone anywhere near the training grounds, why don't you describe what that area looks like?
It's a large open area, kind of like a gated training ground with a lot of wooden... it's magically healing wood that you can use to keep throwing daggers and knives at things. So there are a lot of targets that are on one side that move. Like there's different situations now, and there's been a long time. And then there's one side with bleachers, there's another side with bleachers, so there can be kind of like tussles and training exploits. She's been using it with the goblins recently.
This looks great.
Did I miss anything?
This is a daily occurrence at my home. You gotta keep yourself sharp.
Yeah, I do need to work a little bit on
Shall we
that.
begin?
She looks over at Piper. If you'll sit in the stands with the kids, I need to tell you something.
Whereas Nick keeps his eye trained on the pair of the golden dragon and the half dragon, with his eyes still completely dilated. Keen on seeing
okay.
what, if anything, changes.
She looks over at Drogo and she takes one finger and looks over at him. I need you to come here.
Okay, what's up?
Piper's carrying the hyena child who probably latched on as soon as Piper was found. Coming home.
I've got a question. Could Avery be, when they got back to the manor, could he have gone to his room to try to figure out how to build a speaking part for Aegis?
You would know that oh my god, Zeus and
Farah.
Farah has her own workspace in this space. So if you'd asked for her, you would have found her, and she would have helped you out if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, Farah has a workshop in Mochizuki Cape, so...
And Angel's probably keeping you mentally, updated.
Then yeah, I'd probably do that. I'd probably ask Farah for advice.
Well, let's see what we can get started with.
Anyway.
While that's happening, she looks over at the two of them. I need you to freeze time for me.
You need to do what?
She looks over at Drogo. I need you to freeze time for me. Just for a moment.
What?
I have to stop. I can see the fraying. You have to stop that. So I need them to work at the same time together so I can do this movement and try to seal it.
So you mean like you need to pause time to kind of like practice
It's like
real
a
quick?
thread. It's a fraying thread. I've got to put it back together.
Okay, well, Dad's working on it too, so...
Nick, what do you think we should do? Should we try to work on their dance technique?
I want to see what happens after they finish the dance, and then I'm going to go from there.
Okay, then I'll follow along with your take on that.
Yeah, you forget, kiddo. Angel and Nicodemus have to kind of do these sort of things together.
He knows. She looks over at Drogo. She's leaning against Drogo. You can tell Angel has been crying a lot. So it's just...
I propose out a canteen. Water. Drink it. You look tired and you cried a lot.
Yeah.
Vinestra said, Amira would chime in. Why don't they just redo the original ritual?
Because we got to recreate it here.
Because if they
recreate part of
do
it,
it to move back
I
to
need
their
to see
home.
what's necessary. So magic.
You'd have to ask my parents or whoever performed the ritual.
No, I don't.
I mean, the initial ritual.
Go ahead and roll me a performance check for this particular dance stage. Not you,
But no.
Xanon.
So this is, I imagined something like the dance in Avatar.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, like
Kind of what I was thinking too. Yes. A fighting dance. Yes.
So I would be on the ground doing movements, and Xanon or Ravik would be flying in the air, trying to match me.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a performance check.
Whoops. Did not mean to. Okay, that's a 21 total.
21 total. Okay. So, while you and Nick are looking through kind of at the sort of soul weave that's happening with Xanon and Ravik, and I believe Piper would as well, since she was able to see it previously. You're seeing how these threads are almost like kind of trying to sort of reconjoin, rethread themselves, retwist themselves into that sort of consistent weave, that closed conduit, and you watch as it's almost like a rope that's fraying more as it twists. There's an attempt to sort of reconnect links. That seems like there are elements that, because they are broken, are still actively failing. They've repaired something here, but it's an incomplete process. And as you are doing this dance, unlike the first time you did it as a child, this hurts. Like you are actively pulling a muscle the entire time, and then slowly you are starting to feel a muscle tear. But it's as if it's deep inside of your chest, like in your heart. As if you are trying to build a house on top of a broken or non-existent foundation.
Oh, no. Yeah, what would I pick up from a vibe check?
Trying to glean from the nature of this. With that vibe check that you rolled, and especially in looking at this, you're realizing that most likely the way this ritual is supposed to work, it's the sort of song to it, the vibration to it, is supposed to almost harmonize with another note. A note that right now is broken and actively missing pieces. Which means most likely the first element of this ritual, which they cannot do themselves, may have to be redone to fully repair this connection. They have repaired again something here, which means they are prolonging how long it may take before this just severs.
What
But
was
unless
your
they
favorite
fix
food
that
as a child?
foundation,
She looks over at him and says this. Nessia, what was yours and Ravik's favorite food as a child? I'd say around 5, maybe 6.
Probably shark nuggets.
That's not hard to get. Hold on, she looks over at her pinnacle child who she knows didn't go to school, because usually he's the one that swings to Mom.
Hey.
I need you to bring me some shark. Yes, that means I'm giving you permission to hunt shark today.
What kind?
What's your favorite, Naseo?
Oh. That's a good question. One second.
Right.
What I miss?
Giving the deep boy a chance to hunt shark.
I guess any kind. I guess. I don't know. They all taste good. Any kind of.
What's Ravik's favorite? She looks over at Ravik. Do you have a preference from when you were a kid as opposed to being an adult?
It's one of the few ways in which we kind of differ by nature. I'm a gold dragon. I don't have a taste for shark.
What's your favorite food? I'm looking for your favorite food together as a 5-year-old. It would have been a memory you shared.
Yep.
And Joe looking over at us now.
Redder meats, moose, cattle. I also eat gemstones.
I don't think he eats those.
Would I know of any gemstones that are safe to eat that are made with sugar, like a candy? In a candy form. Considering I have shale children that are literally made out of marble. That's my question.
Okay. Somebody needs to go to bed, so I'll be back.
That said, I am still capable of eating shark. So,
I'm asking you what yours favorite was when you were 5.
when I was
As a
5,
young one, they have different flavored palettes.
before
I
we
need
were
to remember.
bonded, I really enjoyed eating pearl. I really enjoyed eating pearls. It's kinda how they found me for the bond anyway, because you can only get pearls from a coast. Means I was also eating clams with pearls in them.
You were taken.
Not taken. Just found.
Gold dragons aren't just taken. Personal experience. They stay with their family till a certain age, and then they are let loose.
Usually.
I have a question. Can I glean how the parents of this dragon died from that statement?
Roll me an insight check. I'm also going to roll a history check for Ravik, as with the soul bond fraying, he may be able to get access to some memories that kind of got muddled.
With a natural 20, please put you on.
Natural 20?
Which makes it a 30.
Yeah. It says, gold dragons, like large and dangerous monsters, are particularly fond of pearls and gems in their diet.
The implication, at least from your insight check, with a likely gold dragon wormling or hatchling scavenging a coastline for clams and pearls, and then being found, it suggests the parents weren't around, which could mean in the least likely scenario is he was abandoned, but another more likely scenario is he was orphaned.
It's hard to kill a gold, isn't it?
I thought he was a family heirloom.
He was. Gold dragons live for a very long time, and they stay children for a very long time.
Okay.
I'm going to need you to do something with me. She looks over at Ravik.
Now, I did roll his history check, given the fray. It was at disadvantage. But he got a natural 19 and a natural 17. Because there is still a bond with the soul bond there, Xanon, I need you to go ahead and roll me a wisdom save to see whether you end up accidentally sharing this memory with him and seeing it in his mind.
Okay. I'm using inspiration. 16 total.
16 total, okay. On anything 10 or lower, it would have just been a bad migraine as you basically started hearing that soul fray more. But no, you were able to share in this memory. As you watch a series of images sort of almost flood back into Xanon's head. It in and of itself is a little bit headache-inducing. But then you begin to also pick up on really old, early childhood memories of your own, things that, usually any child would forget, like when they're like the age of 3 and 2 and 1, things that naturally fade away. But then dragons live so much longer. You see golden, tiny hatchling scales clawing and bashing their way out of an egg. The early stages of learning to hunt. The early stages of trying to learn to fly, struggling and tripping over your own small feet. Learning how to breathe small little nuggets and motes of fire. Getting caught in a massive web. An impossibly large spider. The size of a dragon in its own right, climbing down toward you. Your father bolting and biting into this spider as its teeth sink into his neck and his muscles start to seize up. Your mother dragging him away as more massive spiders descend from the cliffs. Descend on top of them. Your father's fire impossibly hot, so hot at this stage that it even burns your young, untrained scales. You were freed from the web and yelled, massive, powerful, booming, and impossibly scared, yelled at by your father to run. And run you do, because you don't know yet how to fly. Until, because you can still barely see where you're going, you run off the edge of a cliff. You start to plummet, and out of fear, instinct, sheer, ungodly terror, and the smallest and youngest heart attack that there ever could be, your wings splay out. You take flight for the first time. It should be exhilarating, it should be purifying, it should be joyous. But there's nothing but fear. There's a flash hiding from rain, eating rats, disgusting, just tasteless little dragon rats. Eventually finding your way to the coast, hungry out of your mind, not realizing that you shouldn't drink salt water, so you're dazed. But clams, at least, they taste like something. They taste like home. There's something hard in there, harsh, formed and precious. A pearl, and it distracts you. A crew of bronze-colored dragonborn and a bronze dragon find you, damaged, burned. offer you help. You take it. The bronze dragon trains you, teaches you things that you no longer have parents to learn from. Your father, Xanon, a father to this golden dragon in some small adoptive way. And then, decades later, still a child, he meets you. That's the memory that you get from that flash. Yes, Angel.
I still have those 2 pelts, don't I?
Two pelts?
We had dragon bones that we found when we were fighting the spider that were made of some type. We couldn't get the char off of it.
Different regions, and by now you have learned that those were just drake pelts. But those were,
The same breed of spider?
Yeah. Though these spiders were actually bigger than the one you fought, which is a terrifying note.
Oh, terrifying thought!
I mean, they took down actual dragons, not drakes. So yeah, significantly bigger.
Well, we're definitely gonna go back. There's a vendetta now. There's gonna be a vendetta now. They're gonna lie. They're gonna die. There's gonna be an eradication.
Which, of course, that does glean for you, Xanon, as well. That may not have just been a forgotten childhood memory that naturally gets forgotten with time, but a memory that he deliberately chose to suppress in the process of bonding with you.
I'm just gonna walk over to Ravik and just kind of stroke his scales.
For the first time he's ever done this, he flinches when you do. The moment he does, and the moment he realizes he does it, he looks back at you with an apologetic look in his eyes, as he was more just lost in reliving that memory for a moment and shocked to even be touched by anything.
When we met that gold last season, did we learn any? Because we met them, and they were singing to their young, because they had young babes at the time.
Yeah.
Into. Is there a song that they sang that we got to hear?
Roll me a history check. It's not a big DC. It's just, a matter of getting the detail from that time.
An 18 plus 12. Maybe 12.
Yeah. The 30, yeah. You heard the song. And translating through Draconic, it's kind of a very fun-loving, almost partying song, as gold dragons naturally are very social dragons. They love socializing with mortal creatures, and it was a song about shrinking yourself down and partying with those people, and almost on the mischievous nature of them not knowing what you are and still just being there for the joy of it.
Can I sing it for him instinctively? See what happens?
Roll me a performance check. You are singing in Draconic, which is not a language that you normally sing in.
Yes, I do. I have baby dragons. They have to go to bed.
True, by now you've learned a bit about that.
With a 18 plus 22, 23.
Yeah. You sing this with, honestly, the delivery quality of Pun Fully Intended and Angel.
Does he remember anything?
Another flash of memory that's in, and you get shared off of Ravik. A similar serenade. You remember that song, almost like a lullaby. Through Ravik's mind, of course. Not the same voice, not by any stretch. But you do recognize that song.
does Rabbit get upset with me and ask me how I know it?
He's naturally usually pretty quiet and reserved. Still, you are seeing tears welling up even in his humanoid disguise, which you haven't seen tears well up on Ravik since he was a kid with you, Xanon, so that's...
You okay?
No. Weirdly, in sharing this memory, as far as Piper and you noting it, the soul bond, as frayed as it is, the bonds do strengthen a little. Though still fraying around it, they are.
I'm going to give Ravik a hug and just say, my friend and my brother, I didn't know.
I forgot.
She looks over at Xanon. I need you to sing after me. Just a thought. She's going to repeat the song for him slowly in Draconic.
Real quick, Xanon, roll me just a history check to see if living in Ormer, you would have been exposed to this lullaby at all.
19 total.
19 total. Being an Ormer native, you do have a lower DC. You have heard this before. For the most part, in taverns in your hometown, just being sung as like a passing thing. But it's very infrequent. More often than not, it's sung by, passing golden dragonborn and the occasional passing golden drake. Generally, almost exclusively, the golds sing it.
Do my best to follow along.
Roll me a performance with advantage given your personal historical exposure to the song. And given that you also have Ravik's memory to draw on as well for tonal delivery.
It's 18 total.
Angel's going to sing it like a lullaby, the way it was heard. She heard it as a lullaby.
18 total, okay. Angel, you being a bard, you're generally very good at harmonizing with any sort of secondary voice, and admittedly with an 18, though not a bard by trade, Xanon actually has a respectable singing voice. Which, there's a natural gruffness, of course, to any sort of half-dragon or dragonborn voice, but it does slide out almost like butter in terms of vocal delivery.
We sang battle songs.
Yeah.
He's going to look over at Ravik. It's your turn.
Ravik's going to attempt to join in.
Do I roll anything?
I'm gonna give him advantage. I know you can do it. Just give him Bardic's inspiration. What a Bardic inspiration! Give him a D12 to actually add it to his roll.
D12, I'll say this. If you want to use an inspiration die, Xanon, you may roll for him, as the roll I just made were double nat ones. Snake eyes.
Okay, I'll roll for him.
And I'll grab that D12 for that bardic inspiration.
So I'm rolling once or with advantage?
With advantage.
One. Oh, with advantage? Oh, yeah. He's got advantage because we're both.
You got double nat ones on it, advantage roll, so.
That's natural 20 with a 21 total.
Okay, plus the full 12 from that inspiration roll. So, I believe 33.
Angel is going to sing around with you. Then she's going to take both of your hands and she's going to put them together, like you do with little kids. And you say, "This is your buddy," and she's going to say it in Draconic. You always follow your buddy.
As the three of you sing together, more and more of this bond starts to stitch itself back together, and it becomes strong, rigid, and flowing. There is still a baseline element that is missing.
She looks over at Nicodemus.
With that in mind, given the amount of back and forth ritualizing that has been done, and inspecting the souls and everything else, as well as just your own knowledge on the subject Xanon, your souls will not fray further than they have. That has been stopped. However, to fully repair the bond, the ritual may need to be redone. But at least now, there's no longer an urgency to that need.
Thank you, Angel.
Whenever he is hurt, your job is to sing that song to him, and it is your responsibility to do the same for him, so he does not know he's alone, and you do not feel alone.
I will.
He turns and... I have things to handle, and then we were going to have to get to know one another. If anything is going to get better between the group, as far as that's concerned, for us to travel and to find these people, we are going to have to get to know one another. I will not be able, if they lead you into the Shadowfell, to follow. I will be hunted in the Shadowfell. And I can't afford to leave with the Jihu War in place. Changelings are being hunted. And I can't afford to leave.
Were there other things to discuss?
There are other things to discuss. Right now I have to discuss things with my children. If you just give me a minute, y'all can wait right behind me, but I have to do this. Turns and looks at her kids.
Hey? Excuse me. Sorry, Mom, we had beans with breakfast. Griffin mentioned this old human culture called the British, and they had this thing called beans and toast. It tasted okay, but it's having results.
Okay. So, your sister left this morning. I know that you all are waiting for me to get married. I know that's what you're waiting on. But until your cousin uncle person is able to straighten out the war in Jihu, and we're able to at least see the other elves of the countries, I still won't be able to do that for you.
And you can see, especially amongst some of your older daughters, there is a look of admittedly juvenile disappointment on their faces, like having to further delay having to put on bridesmaid dresses, that kind of thought. As it's been a somewhat frequent gossip topic that you've listened in on in the necklace.
You can openly see tears coming down Angel's face at this point. But I promise that when this is over, I will give each one of you a wedding you want and that you deserve.
Lucian speaks up. It's not about what we deserve, Mom. You and Dad deserve to be able to tie that knot.
It's the first time she ever says it. People are prejudiced and stupid.
They are everywhere. It's just part of the world. People will find dumb reasons to hate each other.
I understand her, but
I will be able to keep an eye on Jamie.
I
And
do.
I will murder the first person who tries something stupid.
I already know who it's going to be. I'm so angry. I already know which one of those lovers isn't going to last, and I am so angry. Those are the only things I can see between all of you children when you pick a bad lover, when I can't keep myself from not seeing it.
Tell me who it is. I'll kill him before she even gets out of the country.
It's not the one who works in Sharni as one of the head guards, it's the other guy.
Oh. I'll be right back, Mom. He's already gone.
She looks over at Nick. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. It's the only thing I can see with her powers. It's the only thing I have.
Why didn't you tell me? I could have given a shovel speech.
Because his darkness wasn't towards us. He didn't get burned when he walked in the house. But he's been threatening to poison her for weeks.
Why didn't you tell me?
I don't tell you what I can hear from their relationships.
Nestra's kind of lost. I'll clear it up. It's no one's getting killed yet, but one of Angel's children ran off with a lover that is apparent, yeah, not a great guy. Apparently, been threatening to kill him.
Why she's had bruises on her face for the past week now.
Okay. Yeah, Lucien won't get the chance to kill her. To kill him. I'm going to kill myself, and I'm going to drag her back by her hair. I will be that dead if I have to.
I also need you to get rid of this, not the snake wife, the dwarf is fine. It's the males that are with her that worry me, except for the one that lives on that edge. The one that lives here in town with us is the good guy. The elf guy is also good, but he's gonna be shaky all through their relationship, at least until they get married. He's also gonna push us a lot, so we're gonna have to watch him, because he's gonna be a pain. But that guy has been threatening, and that's why I haven't said anything, and that's why we had a fight, because I knew that there was something going on.
Lovey?
She looks over at Nick.
He leans down and kisses you. I'll be right back, wearing that idiot's skull as a codpiece. He straps up his bow and walks away.
As for the rest of you, I can hear your relationships. When things go sour, I am always there at your door when things go bad, right? That's the reason, because Mommy can hear them. Mommy knows when something's going wrong. It's like super mommy mode, but it really kind of sucks when you can hear that when people treat people bad.
You got no choice but to be a helicopter mama. You can hear Griffin from the background, eavesdropping for no good fucking reason.
Please don't kill Adam just because he looks like a ceramorph.
I already met the kid. Swell guy. I already apologized profusely for cutting off one of his face tentacles on pure instinct.
It's okay. He understands, probably. He probably apologized to you first, because he doesn't
You all
understand
think of
anything.
craziness. I'm gonna go, been talking to Ezekrin, and apparently even this frozen rock has some, I'll just say people on the menu.
Can we also get some, if there's demons on this menu, can you grab me some brain?
Sure. I have no idea if there's demons on the menu, but I'll keep it in mind.
Looks over at Violet. I am going to need the demon brains out of your bag. It's the only thing the Ceramore beats is demon brain. Apparently. She looks over at the rest of the group. As far as you guys know, I haven't told you, but if you have relations with someone, I can't help but hear them. It's just a thing now. Local vicinity is an issue. But I'm gonna ask that you just try to be patient. Violet looks over. I'm always patient. Don't have a problem being patient with you, because you're pretty patient with me, because I don't know what I'm doing half the time. Pretty much, Violet. Pretty much, Violet.
Vinestra said, patient in regards to what?
She looks over at Shannon. And she looks over at Ravik specifically.
Yes? Sorry, I just got back.
Ravik, how do you handle something threatening your horde?
What kind of threat?
Annihilation. Theft, annihilation.
Theft or annihilation?
I'm just asking how golden dragons handle it, because for me, I want to peel people's skin off, but that's because that's what I was trained to do.
Scorched earth. If they've really pissed me off.
I don't talk about dangers. Because I don't know who's listening. She looks over at Vanessa for the first time, saying this out loud. You seem to be very good about being open about whose people are listening. And I'm going to let you know something. In Sharni, in any type of place, especially when you live in the Underdark and we live in the Whisper, I give you too much information. I am no longer an information broker, am I? I have handed you all the keys to the kingdom. I am open with you, and I have paid you, and I have given you the time. And I am a warlord, and the next time I hear myself being either gotten frustrated with, or usurped, or that kind of a thing, I will probably either end up firing a bow at your face, or possibly coming at you with a knife. And it will probably be a sparring moment, because That's what I did to my family when we were pissed off at each other. We would spar all the time when I was little. But I don't want to argue with you. I find it a waste of time. The reason that I didn't tell you anything about the dragon, I want you to take this into consideration as a person who has fought dragons, as a person who has killed reds, who have gone after kobolds, countless of them. I would have a problem in a group or a crowd having to explain myself, because a dragon usually doesn't have to explain themselves. They just take it. But I will explain myself. But I will not give you all the information, or I am no longer an information broker. Because that's how my dad kept us alive, was with information. And if you ask the right questions, you get the right answers. But if you don't ask any questions, you don't get any answers. Because that's how we died. That is how 1,000 people died. By someone whispering information. She tore and found us through whispers, through us being able to do large amounts of things, through us helping people with big bouts of magic. That was how he found each one of my family members, and that's how they were killed. So if we're going to talk about what my horde is, it's your existence. If anybody should harm you, I will come after them and I will bring them to heel. I will rend them from this world if I have to. When I take you under protection, that is what that means to me. I will ask the appropriate questions. If it's not something that can be solved through words, then it will have to be solved other ways. But I am a warlord, first of all, and first. And I have to keep the respect of the hobgoblin army underneath me, and I have to hold the respect of the whisper that I protect. I made too many deals with too many upper gods and too many upper echelon to have it taken away from me or for me to lose it. That's why with Avery, I will protect Avery and I will protect Ravik with my lives. I will protect Zenon with my life, because the dragons themselves on Reclam disappeared for some time in that world. They were subverted for a long time. And you as a dragon-born person, as a half-dragon, I respect you. But just like I don't know why the Tao comes out every single day, he's interesting, and I don't understand him, I'll have to figure it out. But this is my horde. My horde is your existence. The right that you have to live and my right to defend it. Do I believe you're capable of fighting for yourselves? Yes. But should someone try to hurt you and make you feel smaller, like what happened with your soul spawn fraying, I will do what I can. Or I will find somebody who can't. Because I believe you have the right to live and succeed and have an actual full life. And that's what I told my daughter last night.
We are a part of your horde.
It's how I've seen people that I take under my wing. Not a horde that I can manipulate or fight for or, like, I want them to live their lives and I want them to actually live them.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about being claimed.
take it as a sign of respect for all life and what it means. It means I respect your boundary. You say, I don't want you to handle this, I won't handle this. But should you try to die, or should something happen to you, or you become impaled, I will come and I will help. If I need to watch, if I need to do something, if you ask me of something, it's who I am.
I'll just take it as you feel a need to protect.
Thank you.
Which, for clarification, that was, of course, Ravik.
She looks over it. Xanon, I respect your space to be a dragon, but it's also the reason I've kept the key away from people who will harm you and who will harm other people. Because I've watched people on this plane use the death of dragons to their expense and to their gain. And I refuse for it to become a common practice on a regular basis. While I believe that dragons should have the ability to fight, I've also killed them. For killing smaller amounts of dragons or basically balancing the field, like golds and silvers do. I helped a silver mother replenish her child that she had lost. It's the sweetest thing I've ever seen is the day it was born. One of the sweetest moments.
Wouldn't it be better for us to hold the key to our own home?
Wouldn't it be better for someone who's going to live longer than you to hold your own home in their hands? And be able to put a blockade should someone try to take you out. There are such things as dragon hunters, and I am not here for that kind of thing if it's not needed. Reds by themselves are domineering and cruel, mostly. And I know that you don't see me as what I am. I'm a lesser dragon in Descendants. And that's hilarious for me that you say that to me. What I am becoming and what scares me the most is what I am becoming. I become more fiercely passionate about protecting others and protecting people and putting myself at risk. And my grandfather asked me to protect you because 100 years ago you were dying. You would have been killed like flies on a wall. However many years ago it was, I have no idea. 127 years is doing how long he disappeared with it. Because he did that, y'all were able to overpopulate and recreate things and make your world actually not affect this one and actually grow. So I'll think about it. But I'll be thinking a long time. Considering I have a stake in that world, considering that my family lives there, considering it's one of the only places that I can keep them safe at this moment, I will consider it. She touches the walls of the house. she would have done the same thing. As far as Venestra goes, she needs to go home. So what she wants to do one day is to go home or to find out what's going on or how to get home. We need to find her a way to get where she wants to go. Someday. If that's what she wants. Or how she even got here in the first place. The runes in your body were so deeply wound. You must have been alive for so long. She looks over at Xanon. Ravik. Ravik, you must be so much older than you look.
Megan message.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So if you want to leave, you're welcome to leave. If you don't want help, you're welcome to not get help. But I'm going to fight this fight either way. But right now I'm going to see if I can find Avery and ask him a couple of questions about Illithid. Looks over at Piper. I have questions.
Okay, what?
I'm gonna briefly go to BRB because I think there's BRB is over. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Sorry about the extended BRB. It's one of the getting on the same page BRBs that we've had to do. It's okay. It's all good. Hopefully all the air is cleared. Now, where were we? Most everybody was at the table having a discussion. Most everybody.
No, we were in the workout space.
In the training yard where there was a table set up, I believe, which this table, to be fair, made of obsidian, so nobody break it, because that's going to be real sharp shards, really sharp.
Angel is already getting up and walking away. I gotta go find Avery if we're gonna have a discussion about this stupid sort of void characters.
And, you know what? Shits and giggles. Everybody, go ahead and roll me a d20 to see how badly Nick ends up brutalizing that poor idiot that's trying to poison Angel's daughter.
If somebody tried to poison Angel's daughter, what was I going to do for?
He beat up Angel's daughter. He was beating her.
Vinestra said 15.
15?
17.
Okay.
17.
Also, I think...
17 is a 16 and 15.
Yeah, Avribot is also in the channel, which I think that links to D&D Beyond. So there is that as well. At least I think it's supposed to... I don't know. I haven't tried to set it up ever since I even attached it. But either way. 15, 17 you said. What everybody get?
I got a 16.
16.
Go to 17.
Good.
15, 16, 2 17s, and Neseo.
Just a d20?
Yeah, just a d20.
Flat D20.
Uh, 19.
Nice.
Yeah, so all of them 15 or above. So, surprisingly quickly, within under an hour, Nick does come back next to you, Angel, and he reeks very strongly of iron as everybody watches this changeling man walk in looking like he took a bath in blood. He is completely slicked in red.
Holy shit.
Unfortunately, there wasn't enough left of his skull to use as a codpiece.
Listen,
Drat.
oh, I can mend that skull if you want. If you want.
Vinestra said. Vey would be letting out a low guttural growl as Angel left.
You want me to mend the skull? We can make it a copy. I totally would pirate.
Angel's walking straight into Nick's arms, huh?
Love, I need to take a bath for you. Are now okay. Cool. You're painted red. So Jamie still isn't coming home. She's going off with the rest of her partners to clear her head. I think I may have accidentally traumatized the poor girl. I was not gentle with that man.
She looks over at Tatsu. Tatsu, I want you to remind the man who needs to actually be on the wall in Sharni that I will cut his pay by 12 gold coins if I don't see him in 3 hours at his post.
Understood. Hey, Luffy, you want me to go get Avery? I'm a little bit still working on adrenaline. I could use the walk. I'm gonna go get Avery. You just stand there and be...
I would say, wait. Piper said that if you had the skull, she would put it back together.
I mean, some of it's in my hair. The rest of it is, elsewhere.
Okay, that's fine. What blood is this on you, by the way? Like, what?
A lot of it's green.
Never mind. Just start scraping blood into a jar.
Some of it is a number of arteries attached to what was once between the man's legs. Anyway, I'll be right back.
He just follows along while scraping the viscera off. Like, I'm going to turn this into something lovely.
Walking straight into Farrah's workshop. Hey, Avery, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
He's covered in blood.
And being scraped.
Let me rephrase. What is up?
One changeling to another, your presence has been requested.
What is that, well. What is up, my brother in Christ?
Kyle.
You want me to lead you to the training room? It's a thing. It's kind of a...
It's an important thing.
Well, I get answers on what the fuck is up, because...
Oh, there was an asshole trying to poison one of my daughters.
Oh, that checks out. All right,
Yeah.
lead the way.
I'm gonna turn all this blood and viscera that's on him into a trophy. Because we shame these sorts to people in public. Whether they're alive or dead.
So Nick, very much looking like Nicolas Cage from a recent film, leads Avery back to the rest of the group.
Oh, that's good, man. Go get him.
Is he at least a lot significantly cleaner as Piper's been scraping it all off into a jar?
A little bit.
Not to mention that Avery probably prestidigitates him.
No. I must put this all in a jar.
You've got enough.
No! The jar is not full! It's only that!
Oh, look. An eyeball.
That's awful, guys.
All I want for Christmas is his 2 front teeth, and I think they're in my toes somewhere.
Oh my god.
God, that's gross.
Piper's going to yank the shoe off and see if and dump the boot. See if there are teeth in those.
You do see bone shards embedded in his feet.
Oh. She's gonna pull out surgical just give me a second.
Oh my god.
Oh, Lord. Don't show the medical freak your injuries.
Can anybody spell sepsis?
Can anybody spell?
Is cleaning the wound as she goes, because she's the doc. I'm a doctor.
Also the size to do it, right?
That's what you want. You want
I'm thinking of Latalia, never mind.
Yeah, Latalia is the one who would just be like, yank it out with her fingers. Piper's the one who's like, okay, we will get these out, we will clean the wound, we will dress the wound. Would you like magical hearing? No, that freaks you out. Okay, we will just let it heal naturally then. Here is the salve.
She looks over at
As
Avery.
everybody
So we're
settles at the obsidian
discussing.
table.
We are discussing the plans and finding these people. It's probably going to be us actually interrogating half of these nobles at some point, considering I bet there's more knowledge among these nobles. Or they have some idea. I think we'll get some answers in the Rusted Peaks with Avery's things. Or his piece, but inside of she pulls up the amber inside of this.
Ooh, I want to go in there because
What's that?
so that is what I went to Marquette for. You see, that potentially is another place these spellbreakers were at, considering the fact when I knocked on the invisible wall it was behind. It did exactly like the humming that came from the house on the turtle.
Okay, so for clarification, two things are currently literally on the table. The crystal containing the invisible hut, and the Ifrit core.
So,
Am I correct?
yes.
Okay.
She's not going to put it on the table.
Vinistra
She's holding
said
it in her hand.
no.
No?
She still has it, I think.
V took the core back.
Oh yeah,
There's
right, because
a bunch of little kids running around. I don't need to be curious about weird
Well, the
noises.
kids have petered out. They went to school.
All my kids are currently probably doing their jobs right now for those who won't need any magic help.
13 of them got carted off to school by Bruce, who has probably finally made his way back after being a makeshift school bus.
I suppose.
He's Miss Frizzle. He's a fuzzy Miss Frizzle.
One Knoll school bus.
He's a no.
Fucking dropped one of the 20s. Hold on 2 seconds.
He's got to get his
I need
dice.
to set down
Hold
my
on.
dice tray so I don't accidentally drop all my other dice, because I've done that more than once.
Yes, you have.
Do I keep this Meet the Amazing Monarch butterfly book that has just been skirting around the apartment floor, or do I just get rid of it?
It just depends on what it looks like.
Let me go grab my camera, because I took my camera off earlier because
There
it
we
was
go.
getting hot on shit.
I am having some more miso soup.
Found it.
So, is holding the core, Angel is holding the house, and Piper is holding some tea.
I like tea. Tea's good.
Spill the tea. That's the point of this conversation.
Cameras.
Megan.
Hey. It looks okay.
Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to turn that off. Let me see if this is one of the ones that she tore the shit up out of. So,
By the way, the house has been turned to mithril. Just so everybody knows.
What's me?
For clarification,
mithril.
the
So Angel's insult is
invisible
still
hut.
canon. That's a yes. Angel's insult was canon.
But it's not the player.
But it was Angel's insult, not Megan's.
Which, for clarification about the mithril thing, the invisible house inside of the crystal, that crystal itself has been turned into mithril. Temporarily. It's part of an item that Piper found.
Oh, yeah.
It petrifies
box.
things.
My
It
box.
petrifies them in mithril. It was a carbonite joke. Anyway.
And by the way, it's not an insult. It's more frustration being expressed. It's not full on insulting you and thinking you're stupid. Thinking that, can you just for once try to communicate in a way that's not going to absolutely.
You know what?
Empty
I'll
apple
make
pie.
this. I'll make this simple. What's everybody's passive insight? Because passive insight is a thing.
Insight?
Yeah.
Passive insight is 22.
19.
Angels is
Not
an
angels.
18 right
Angels
now.
don't matter. Angels is fine right now.
Well,
I have a passive perception.
There should be under in
Yeah,
the
so it'll be 10 plus your modifier.
well, first passive perception, then there should be passive investigation, and then passive insight.
At least on the game sheet.
I
Yeah.
don't have that.
Oh.
I only have perception, or passive perception.
Okay, it'll
What's
be 10
your
plus
insight
your
look like?
insight modifier.
Yeah, 10 plus your insight.
My insight is a 2.
so
Okay,
yours
so
would be 12.
12.
Also, ask other players who seem like they are very insightful.
Vinestra said, passive anything in D&D is a 10 plus the skill.
Unless you got a feat that makes something additional.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And in this case, passive insight is I'm going to chalk up to the ability for people to recognize a reason behind a pretty obvious emotion. Yeah. Angel seemed actively stressed, especially in regards to some of her family being carted off. That's what at least some of you glean with, I would say 12 being the minimum. Those of you with higher ones going 15 and higher are able to glean that is not just stress, but that is panic, especially with the tears that were welled up in her eyes starting when she entered the room.
Which is like some chamomile bean juice. She's going to very quietly ask Angel, would you like some chamomile bean juice?
It kind of reminds me of like cutting the middle of a stretched rubber band. It's gonna snap back at you.
Mm-hmm. But Megan, what? Would you like some chamomile bean juice?
I would first like to make sure. She looks over at Nicodemus. Are the perimeters safe first? Please, for this room, at least, please.
Yeah,
Looks over at
perimeters-
Nick.
Lovey, when have we not isolated this room?
Lovey?
We train in
broke
here
the
and we
sound
fucking
crystal
hear.
in the house.
This room is isolated.
Okay. Okay. You can see it just turn. Like my hand's starting to shake. Because
Especially
that's
for the latter
time
of those
again,
two. I'm
water.
not letting anybody sneak in.
Avery's gonna use his most prized magic, calm emotions.
Here, take the teddy bear you loaned me.
No, I'm gonna leave him
That's
the
exactly
teddy
what he does.
You need this more than I do. You need this more than I do. Anyway, so
Give the bear a hug.
Angel, do you want me to unmithralize that, or do you want to
No.
do that? Oh,
Nope, I want to stay like that. I want to stay like that.
So we figured out what to do.
I think it goes on the hill where it used to be. It's my bet. She looks over at Violet.
That's about
Is that
right,
what you're saying?
Vanessa, actually.
It's a possibility.
What hill are you talking about? Because I just got it from Marquez.
No, from the hag that killed me, or that technically almost tried to get me killed. Killed Ink.
Oh,
Lived in the forest on a hill, not far in.
so we want to put that house there.
I think so. I think so. But I kind of want to see if there's some rooms near it where it used to be. Maybe built into the bottom of the ground.
Are you thinking this house used to be that house? Did you get to see the house before you got stuffed in the amber?
Yes. Hey, Joe, she would have recognized the house, right? Considering...
It remained
hat had
invisible even after getting sealed in amber.
Oh, it was remained invisible? Oh.
Yes, but I know, but Violet has seen invisibility.
Fair point. You'd have to unmithralize the crystal.
Yes,
Or actually,
but I've already seen it. I'm saying in the past 2 years.
right, yeah. So, while it's a good theory, architectural style of both those houses were different. And just as well, the Hag House, the obscuring rooms that were around that were entirely sort of an abyssally corrupted-leaning Sylvan. These were all around this hut in Merkest. They were arcane runes, likely tooled by a chronomancer based on their style.
Good.
Yeah, so completely separate, invisible houses. I will say that outright.
Okay.
Well, she wanted to compare it. Well, she didn't know that, so Violet's like, what was this about? What? New roll.
Totally understandable, Avery.
The Ifrit itself, she looks over at Avery. You said there was an Ifrit inside of Xanon. That makes sense.
Would Avery know what an Ifrit is?
Roll me a history or arcana. Also, go ahead and roll me an intelligence check, just separately for what little time you had with Farah to come up with at least a design for a voice box for Aegis.
Pew, 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 pew.
That's a soft 14 because I'm not too well versed for Arcana, surprisingly. And what am I rolling for the Aegis?
Just a flat intelligence.
Do I make this disappear?
Yes. Why?
Oh! Nat 20.
Natural 20. Not only have you already fully drawn up
box.
plans, you have already begun progress on actively constructing it, and you made enough progress, especially with those plans, that Farah was generous enough to be like, you look like you're busy, especially with Nikki there covered in blood. I'll just finish this for you.
Okay, so do I get another point on my Tinkerer's tools then?
Yes, absolutely. With a 14... Yeah, with a 14, you would still absolutely know what an Ifrit is. Like, not in a complicated sense, but like, you know, with any child wanting any basic knowledge about, like, genies and wish-making beings in a magical world, you have, like, that basic, like, child book knowledge of, like, what a Dao is, what an Ifrit is, those kinds of things, or a Jinn, for that matter. So you know, at least from that point, what it is. You also know that typically they are very, very unsavory and twisted creatures. Ifrit especially are going to monkey's paw the fuck out of anything like that.
So the uncultured player swine that I am is a evil fiery genie.
Yeah. And Ifrit is basically, oh, I just found this book on genies. Oh, it was written by Brothers Grimm.
Oh. It's disappointing.
I've not seen Wishmaster. But alright, I get the point.
Still, that character design is solid.
Oh, I probably just fucked that up. Oh, well.
Ew, butter popcorn.
You would also know, I mean, just even as that, they are elementals, each of them. So they are from the...
Jafar is an Ifrit.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Whereas, arguably, Genie was more like a Mirid, or something like that.
So, question.
Answer.
Here's a question. Do you actually want to know about the spellbreakers, or am I going to completely be off the mark? Angel's just kind of trying to calm down at this point and is like looking for multiple things to literally either munch on in her bag of things.
Angel, darling, sister of mine,
Yes.
don't you sit down. Take a breather.
He gave me some motion stuffed animal that I made him.
You know what, Lovey, I'll be right back. Nick walks away for a quick minute.
Where are you going?
I'll be right back.
Better bring me back something.
After about 2 minutes, he comes back with a small steel icebox and pulls out
Ah,
basically what amount to be horchata popsicles.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's like 6 of
want
these in here.
those-
Anybody else want one?
I want. Do you have any of the chocolate popsicles?
They're good.
Tastes like
Vinestra
frozen
said,
chocolate milk.
let's lay every current threat we are all facing out on the table so we can figure out what we as a group are going to be doing. Vi's tail would be flicking about behind her threatini. NG to smash anything that got near it.
The ways in which the text-to-speech fail. It's amusing in its own way.
NG.
It turned into a Jawa.
It can say it right.
True.
It can't say it right. That's the funniest part.
It's like every now and then it has a mild stroke.
Who wrote this TTS?
I
need to shake
that
their
point as
hand.
well, though, alongside the point to discuss things, we do have chocolate ones. They're all back in the kitchen. How about we talk about popsicles and shit in a bit? Either way, I still have more of these if anybody wants one. Because I got them right here.
Piper's
Where are they in the... She has nickname is where are the chocolate ones in the kitchen?
In the freezer box.
I know, but which shelf?
Let's get to the discussion at hand.
Hold
The
on.
top shelf, because otherwise the kids will get them.
Okay, she snaps and they're right in front of her hands. She reaches into the portal and then pulls out a popsicle and hands it over to Avery. There you
Chester?
go, Avery.
You ripped off that wrap.
I have dimension. I have dimension door. I can literally reach into a hole as long as I know where it is, and I can see. I know I can mentally see it. I'm trying to mentally
I'm
see
sure
it.
you can reach into a hole as long as you know where it is.
Any hole?
Okay, we're on the same train of thought. Back on topic.
Back on target. Stay on target.
Right.
Sorry.
Right. We've got we've got rune baddies.
A potential hideout of theirs in the Mithril Rock. The Efreet somehow knows them and tried to disrupt Neseo and Ravik's connection. I may have completely blanked out what happened. Did y'all fix that or anything? I think I dissociated for a minute.
We stopped it from breaking, but it's still gonna be a thing that we're gonna have to fix eventually.
Okay, that makes sense. So, we also need to go to the Conjoined Five. Yeah. So the Conjoined Five Chaos Lords.
Are those the rune baddies?
Yeah, the Rune Baddies. I like.
Okay.
You know, I'm kind of amused by Rune Betties is the nickname.
The freaked out about him. Yeah. So, and Piper is going to sit there for a minute and just go, Avery.
Yes. I mean,
You're the only one that has. You're the only one that hasn't thrown up yet. But that might be something we can only solve if we go to the Rusted Peaks. There might be something there that can help us to get that, because we tried the magical berry juice. We tried
nothing.
We tried astrally grabbing shit. It didn't work.
it helped a
We
little.
tried healing him.
We've tried doing healings. You don't physically have runes in you. Angel, you said shattered runes in the soul space.
Yeah.
So,
I think I was that my shattered astral form, when you zoom out, is in the shape of runes.
okay, you can't physically touch that. And again, the Salai berry juice didn't do shit. So
Oh, at one specific angle.
it lines up into a rune, yeah. So methinks
So far, everything with Avery has been the equivalent of slapping a lidocaine patch on a bullet wound.
Yeah, I've got a cookie in my mouth.
the American transportation system anyway. So I think first and foremost, the rest of us do not have any form of Rabbit. She immediately stops. Rabbit. Did you throw up? I don't remember.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So Avery is the only way. Bruce. Piper's just like Bruce. Brucey boy. Pulls out his laptop. Yeah, he is back. Bruce, you're the only one in the party we have not fixed other than Avery. So Avery's we're probably gonna have to go to the rustic peaks for.
How
You,
does
sir,
Bruce the dog take the threat of being fixed?
don't let him wake up his sick. What do you mean? What? What's going on?
I have a dog. I can confirm they do this. It's disgusting.
Why are you wasting good slop?
Piper shoots a mental thought. Piper shoots a mental thought to Avery. I can't connect to Violet yet. Could you please let her know to be ready to grab the big, strong, scary dog?
Am I in connection with
Violet
right now?
Her mind's open right now. She's currently like licking her fingers, eating some type of like. She's got like a hoard of snacks, considering she's pregnant. And apparently she has a taste for everything, and she finally likes sweets for the first time in her entire existence.
Alright, so
Hold on. What languages does Bruce know, Joe?
Let me double check.
Because Vanestro, what languages do you know? Do you know Draconic? I know Xana does. He's half dragon. That's kind of.
Yes, Vanestra knows because Vanestra's also a half dragon.
Okay.
So does Bruce. So does Bruce. That's how he talks to Pendra.
No, Celestial.
Celestial. You wouldn't need to know. You would need to know Celestial to talk to a god, not Draconic.
No, you can know both and actually succeed at both.
So the fleet freaked out about the rune baddies?
Draconic. He won't know Draconic. Okay, cool. So Piper's gonna switch over to Draconic, so essentially everybody but Avery and Bruce are gonna know what Piper's saying. Alright.
Bruce's languages, he...
I'm letting you know that
but cannot communicate in Abyssal, knows Common, Elvish, and Null.
Okay.
I'm letting you know, as Angel
knows
burps,
Celestial
she said
given his
something
connection with
horribly
gods.
crude in deep speech.
I would be able to
Language.
understand that.
Language! I don't know what you said, but language! Anyway.
It's supposed to make Avery laugh.
She switches to Draconic. Okay, everybody, just in case, get ready to grab the big scary dog. Because, if this is like any other pet we've had before, he's not going to like this. He's not going to like getting this shot. So somebody be ready to grab him. Okay?
Why don't we just give him the calm emotion stuffed animal?
You think that's gonna work on a scared
past
dog?
the conch shell that I've ever seen. Here, take
yeah,
calm
that's
emotions.
literally the
there.
purpose of calm emotions.
Literally take, look, Bruce, look what I got. You wanna catch it? You wanna fetch it? Fetch?
Right.
Hold on. Let me roll a d20 on my side, see how tired he is. Low, he's tired. High, he's awake.
Really high, and he's high like me.
Oh, so he's awake as fuck. He's gonna go for this. Yes.
Now confirm Bruce is woke.
You really want this?
Yes.
And she looks over at
It's
Piper.
calm emotions bear. He goes from being amped up to the... I just got a thing in my mouth.
Avery's like, a bear.
He stops for a second. He's like, Okay, that was more effective than I thought. Pulls a big dose, like a double dose for this out of the endless flask. And
This is gonna
kind of
suck.
walks up very quietly and gently to Bruce's butt.
Roll a stealth check against your other character. With advantage, he is calmed.
Oh my god,
This
you're
is
having
weird.
a
Roll
ridiculous-
stealth against yourself.
That is a 21.
And Bruce, roll a perception check.
I don't have a sheet up. I'll just roll a d20 and just tell me what his stat is for perception.
I go up to, or Avery goes
Four.
up to Angel.
Four.
Have more of those.
What's a 3?
She hands him another one just in case, because she got 2 out of there just in
Now
case.
on Jeff Dunham's arguing with myself D&D edition.
So, he's not gonna see this because that is a 7 total. If I remember correctly, I had a brain blast.
Oh
His
shit,
perception
thank you
is a
Matthew Game
3.
for the raid. I didn't even realize. Look, we were probably on BRB at the time.
Anyway. So, Piper is going to go up to his butt very quickly. Just go.
Follow. Wait, no, that's just a raid. Okay.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna go real quick on his butt and is ready to run.
Con save.
For Bruce, okay.
Not
For
Dex.
Bruce. For Bruce.
Okay.
Because of what
for
he's been
throwing that
rejected
Right,
with.
up on my lips.
Okay,
Sorry.
Wow.
what is his modifier? I hope to God it would be time. Or it's pretty high. I'm gonna use 2 of his inspiration. Fuck that. That was a low roll. I don't like that. Or 1 of his inspiration. Okay, what is his con save? That was a 13.
13. It's failure. So, okay.
No, that's just his
Oh,
thing. What's his modifier?
+2.
I don't know.
Vinistra said,
Sorry. Plus
if
5.
Bruce runs Vi
that
is going to use the command spell and say heal.
Okay. But
You know what? Given that it's a dog command, he has disadvantage on that saving throw, but...
anyway, so what did he make it? It was a 13. Do I need to roll another inspiration? I have like 12 for him. Do I
roll
need to
another
roll it?
inspiration.
He's like, I don't want him to stay in corrupted, infected bullshit. It's a 19 again. What the fuck?
15 total?
Oh, bitch. Okay,
14
we
total.
are on 10 left.
Welcome to the casino. Spend that money. All right, soft 20.
Please tell me the word.
Say goodbye to your kids' college fund. Moving on, moving on. Nobody thinks about double fives.
Anyway, is he okay now? Does he vomit? Oh, the stuffy!
Soft 20. As the calm emotions bear starts to get coated in black ichor. Very much like a stopper in front of an exploding soda bottle. And it starts to spray out in every direction but forward.
Are you just gonna mass prestidigitating Avery?
No, I have a question.
Or what?
How do the calm emotion ruins react to pure malice?
That's a
Given
question.
again that enchantment, since it's just stitched into the bear, is not durable.
They fizzle out.
Well, I mean that combined with stomach acid, the bear is literally melting as almost as if on cue, the obsidian table shatters under Venestra's mechanical hand.
Are you serious? I just bought this table.
Everyone back up, it'll hurt you.
Piper's just gonna cast mending on the table.
Fair.
Everyone get back at the table.
It's a small enough table that covering it. Well, you'll have to do it twice, but it's a cantrip. You know, five
I'm
five
just
square.
gonna fix.
Or is it a 1 by 1 foot? Either way, you can do it a few times. I don't remember. What's the rules on mending? Is it 5x5 or is it 1x1? I don't remember.
I have mending. Let me check. It is.
It's been a while.
All right.
No larger than 1 foot.
Vinistra said, 1 foot.
Okay, so
1 foot cube.
it takes you like 30 seconds, but you put the damn table back together. Cantrips are fantastic for those things.
I just bought this table.
And now it's good as new.
It's brand new. If anything, some of the scuff marks, hey, if anything, some of the scuff marks just got polished out.
A lot of children's handprints are now auspiciously missing from the table.
Megan was trying to say something.
That was from when we decided to make cookies, and I was trying to say the handprints, and when they were little, now I can never say the handprints.
I'm sorry. Why does my butt hurt? Why? Sorry.
Okay, no, you said it. You invited the idea. Roll me another con save.
Oh my god. I swear there's no productive conversation happening.
6.
Yeah, so more black echo comes flying out the back end.
Bruce has worms.
It's in his pants at least. He's wearing pants.
As they are slowly getting dyed black.
He should have worn the brown pants.
And you are feeling something move in those pants. As all of you now are also watching something move in the bucket that caught Bruce's ichor.
Bruce is very, very quickly, nonchalantly pants off.
All right.
Wait, Piper, we went to every room but the hells to check on if there was a piece like Merkest, right?
Bruce, did you do that?
Right.
But you
It
all
may have slipped my mind.
as a note, by the way. And I apologize ahead of time, Amber. Small, black ichor colored spiders.
Trixie, come on.
Oh, the spiders.
Each with the golemic runes on the smalls of their backs, like accursed and enchanted black widows.
Trixie.
Bruce is also scared of spiders, so not as bad, but he will do this. He's going to pull out his hammer and start smashing them. He's just going...
As you smash down at them,
Vinestra
you hear...
said, V is going to raise an arm and just flamethrower the bucket.
All right, and normally as you would hear insects under such intense heat pop and crackle and explode like popcorn, particularly under Bruce's hammer as well, and you lift it, there's nothing inside of the spiders, just crushed, hollow chitin.
She's just gonna get out. Angel's gonna get out her disintegration eyeball and basically disintegrate the crap out of it.
Okay, disintegration, flamethrower, and hammering, all appropriate reactions to internal body horror spiders.
It takes out the eye stalk of the giant. Because I fought one of them that had the disintegrate eyeballs.
Yeah, you
I still have
harvested the eye stalk. Now, to be fair, it's a little gross now, but it still works.
It works. All I gotta do is open the eyeball.
Yeah, it smells bad. Like it is decaying.
No, it's technically like been inside of the bag of holding, so it's like completely like drying. So it's like that.
Wait, you know what? It's been 2 years. I'm gonna roll to see if this thing got fucking mummified due to the lack of air supply in there.
She's just like,
So you pull out a fucking desiccated disintegration beholder eye, which by the way counts as a wand of disintegration. Let me go ahead and pull up the rules on that.
I think it has like 3 charges, if I remember correctly. And then you have to wait and roll for TV to get any more.
It's got 5 charges.
This is the first time I've used it. We had it from episode 10.
No wonder this thing was smelling like mold. You don't want to know.
Which now the mold has turned black and then promptly also turned...
No, I'm talking about this.
Oh, yeah, well... Fair.
He looks over at Nicodemus. You know, I know there was a reason that I kept that eyeball.
By the way, unlike a normal wand, these charges do not replenish.
Hey, does that guy who's actually the guard who's basically dating Jamie show back up at the house basically in front of me in like our next like 15 to 10 minutes?
It'll still be a little while.
Good.
All right. So,
Probably still
She
dealing with the
Vanessa
shock
said,
of...
Vey would pull out some spare pants from one of her bags. Here, Bruce. These should fit you.
That's fair. Yeah, no, the partners might be dealing with a little bit of the shock of Nick turning one of her partners into a fine red paste. So...
hi. Bruce is just gonna be like, thank you, Vanessa. I'm gonna go lay it down now. I don't feel so good. You do that, big boy. Anyway,
I don't
back
feel so
on-
good. Angel mentioned disintegration. Roll a strength saving throw against being Thanos. No, I'm kidding.
Anyway, Joe, please tell me there's no such thing as butt spiders. Not reality, thank God.
No butt spiders. Only dickfish.
Well, Joe, I'm trying. I got a cracker in my mouth, and you're doing that right now?
I mean, it is a real thing.
Anyway, okay, now as Piper starts climbing down from the table, you guys don't know when she jumped on it, but she was on the table.
Oh my God. She looks over at Nicodemus.
Okay.
If you want every threat, that's gonna have to be an earned conversation, considering that has a lot more to do with things. But for this specific threat, I will tell you everything that goes along with it.
Butt spiders? No. Back on topic. Now that we don't have them at least observing through Bruce, who is taking a well-deserved nap,
Please tell me that you're gonna go through the whole castle and do that later.
I was thinking maybe either we do one thing and then the other, or we split up into 2 teams, one does one thing and one does the other. But if we were to do a priority-based whole group thing, everybody Rusted Peaks first, then we do the house, because maybe there's something at the Rusted Peaks in the Illithid castle thing that could fix the rune issue, soul-shattering thing in Avery.
No, I think we should also handle the house first, because I don't need them breaking into my house.
Solid point. So we do a team split?
Team split will work. But I think we also have Lilin handle it, or Ezekrin, because they're angry and they'll make sure it gets done.
Have them handle the house.
We just have to give them the right amount of doses, but we have to actually dose Lilin first because she doesn't like needles.
So I'll stay here with the castle part then, since I will be the medical person. Bruce.
Oh, you're gonna have to handle my adoptees later.
Just I roll back in the head. Both eyes twitching.
All the math.
Bruce could go along with whoever's doing the Rusted Peaks, because he also has some clerical spells. Poor boy, I feel so bad, but it needed to be done.
This is the thing I think we should do. I think we should hit the Rusted Peaks. I think we should take the house to the Rusted Peaks. Just for a day or 2.
So do both by going to one and taking the other.
Yeah. But I do want to do some traveling there, so I'd like to at least go at the base of the mountain and then go up the mountain like normally, like human people.
Hiking. We're waiting on Vanessa.
D&D session
Vanessa
prompt.
tried
Everybody wanna
typing.
go for a
I
hike.
don't know.
Vinestra said, I'd say Rusted Peaks first, because it would mean potentially Avery isn't so at risk. Also, what do we need to do help Xanan and Ravok's souls?
That
That's gonna take traveling.
that may be a thing where we're going to.
We have to make sure that Ashy Torn is no longer a problem first before we actually help Ravok.
Because if we go to Player's brain just rebooted.
If we go to Ormer,
Yes, if we go to Ormer,
Ashy Torn is not handled.
he can't go there, can he?
I know he's a golem, but he can join this big force.
Oh yes, I am aware. But would he be able to go to Ormer?
He's
we
not
go
allowed to travel through the
Oh.
portal.
So that just means after we do the Rusted Peaks thing, we do the hop.
Technically, my grandmother. Hey, I have a question. My grandmother vomit, but considering I am distantly related to this, my great grandmother.
Your castle
I have
grandmother?
not
No.
seen.
Oh, the castle mother that I literally did a Nicodemus angel blood thing into the blood map with the god stuff. Did she vomit as well?
Yeah, Monster House does not vomit up the contents of the basement.
Bad.
Does she heal though, Joe? Considering.
Yeah, I mean, she wasn't really damaged at this stage, so.
No, we're talking about the rune work, Joe.
Oh wait,
Rumor.
Violet's grandmother.
No.
The monster house, the dragon house.
Monster house.
Because essentially, by blood, and this great grandmother
If
is
you're
by
talking
blood
about the missing runes in the portal room, that's not a wound.
No. I'm saying. Okay, because there was already a bunch of them on people that were close to me.
Right. Your castle house grandmother was not affected by that.
Okay.
Vinestra said, also, what do we want to do about
Largely
that
due to your tree grandfather.
opening in that mage tower? Speaking of, we should really drag that turtle head to that turtle.
Looks over at Vanessa. It sounds like a good idea, but probably. I don't know. I don't know when we should do that. This tomorrow.
So what? I think since considering that nobody wants to go near that thing, other than obviously us, let's get Avery's issue dealt with. Maybe we can have some people of ours that are here right now bring it to shore while we're gone. I'm trying to get this one fucking part of the damn sippy cup and it's not working. Me.
So, I have a question, Piper. This is all a great plan and all, but I think we should divide and conquer for that specific part, considering I still need to handle at least Jamie today. And then I still have a point of exhaustion from giving birth last night.
Speaking of it, go. How'd that go?
It is
I
also
wanted to-
again in game, like fucking wait, no, it's morning now.
It's midday now. We've all
Yeah.
had snacks. She looks over at Piper and she pulls out. She looks over at Piper and goes, I had a Ceramorphous baby.
As a note,
we
that
can-
particular birth did not exhaust you. That came out of fucking nowhere.
So, alright, okay, so what you're saying is you want to at least stay here to take care of the delegates, make sure they don't think that the world is ending sort of situation.
I like to handle the children just for a little bit because I really, really need to get the little ones where I'm not
Okay.
understanding them.
Okay, so let's have you do that because considering the fact we just had Nicodemus come in here all bloody John Wick style, I would like to have you handle your kids would be a good idea.
I would also like to at least get to see the city because I haven't gotten to see the city for very much of it.
But I have an idea. You know how you had me fly your grandmother here?
Yeah.
We're still in your grandmother. Let's fly to the Rusted Peaks.
We could fly to the Rusted Peaks. But we're not flying to the Rusted Peaks themselves. If we're gonna fly to the Rusted Peaks, I want to walk up the Rusted Peaks. I want to actually take a walk.
I meant fly to the base of the mountain. I don't want to go up in altitude in a castle that's just screaming for icicles everywhere and killing us in our sleep with giant icicles.
Vinestra said, would the delegates appreciate being effectively kidnapped?
I think we'd hate if we took them home after their 2 weeks are up because they seem like they're gonna drink here for a while.
Yeah, to be fair, that is just a kind of a taxi ride home.
I mean, we could inform them, then it's not kidnapping, it's just being an, Where's Griffin? He would know what that is. It was a service, he said, used to be a thing.
Everybody currently in the dining room, please fasten your seatbelts. We are about to reach cruising altitude.
Oh my god. I haven't actually flown the house before. It could be a first flight.
So essentially, if we tell them, we're essentially offering them home.
Yeah.
But there is a couple people we will need to nab first from Violet's grandmother's house first before we go.
Yes, but I think we could let Violet handle her things first, and then handle Avery's things second. Because delegates are going to be here for about 2 weeks.
So, let them know so they have time to prepare. Well, so Violet can handle Violet stuff, then we go.
What does Violet need taken care of again?
Because I was going to say we can just grab Violet's grandmother. But if that's
no, she can't leave her space because she needs to protect her home.
Oh, right.
You kind of locked her to the location when you turned her into a kitty.
Sorry.
Technically, we locked her into. She was already locked to the location. She was already dead, Joe.
Who knows that Violet is pregnant? Oh, everybody does. Everybody already knows.
It's not the pregnancy I'm worried about. I'm more worried about the fact that she's mentally unstable. Like she's like trying to not say mentally unstable.
Unless you say Vinestra, you know how I just had my uncle come here to have a session with Violet?
Right, how did the therapy session go?
It hasn't happened yet.
Session because it's late.
It's early morning.
I mean, it's like IRL late.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm in bed, and that's why I'm speaking kind of softly, because I've got a sister in the room next to me.
So let's make good clarifying. We let the delegates know what's happening. Let Violet handle Violet's thing. We fly to the Rusted Peaks with Mithril thingy in hand. We have some people of ours at least drag said turtle to the manor while we're gone.
No, we don't do this all at the same time. Quit splitting up the party. Let's at least stay in one place.
No, I'm not saying us all do it. I'm saying some of like
no.
Okay. So we'll come back to
Okay, let me put it to you this way. If these things are as strong as basically making the gods not able to see them, we probably shouldn't be separated.
true. But what you're saying is let Violet handle the Violet thing first, then we fly to the rest.
Why don't we just try to prep before we decide to run off and go a crazy mile? I would love to see Avery actually finish Aegis.
There's a town with like only 2 shops you've visited so far. So there's that.
Well, that's kind of what I meant by prepping the delegates for transport, also prepping ourselves. That's kind of...
Yes, it's gonna take 2 weeks. It's gonna take 2 weeks.
We gotta get food, gear,
supplies,
potions,
set up the trade routes.
I am running low. Syringes are fucking ready.
Which, for the sake of brevity as well, going into the next session, it's going to be a 2 week.
Vinestra said, minor addendum. Piper, while Violet does her thing, we can drag the turtle head back to that guild to claim the bounty. Once Violet is ready, we all go to the base of the Rusted Peaks too. Have an adventure and get the lay of the land and other things.
It didn't have a mild stroke?
It's amazing. The text-to-speech didn't have a mild stroke.
There was a weird pause, but
I'm gonna let you know there's a point where Violet growls in the middle of that situation. That's the end of that.
Well, we're talking about that with my uncle later today.
I have a question, Vinestra. You talk about being away from your home, right? Right?
Hold on, give her a minute.
This is where I finally trying to get frustrated. It's starting to get frustrated at this point.
Vinestra said, yes.
So this is my home. I haven't been home in 400 years.
Love.
This is let Violet say her piece. She does this to Halcyon. Let Violet say her piece.
I'm not going to interrupt. I'm going to ask, do you want me to help you articulate this?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So, Violet and her family have been ostracized by many of the townspeople here due to a faulty reputation at best. It might be good if you're going to bring back that dragon turtle's head, at bare minimum, to bring Violet with you. It may be a good look for her with the town and help curtail a lot of this unjustifiable judgment.
I'm also going to find out something that
Vinestra said, yes, that was the plan. Violet brings the head in and gets to be seen as a hero.
Well, everybody gets paid.
I don't want to be a hero. I just want...
What do you want, love?
Nuisance plus hero equals pretty okay gal.
Want to not be seen as cruel, evil, or unjust. I was not popular when I was here last time.
Then maybe
it was worth.
Back. We bring your aunt and uncle to the mayor's office and clear some air, considering they were kind of responsible for a lot of the shit in this town.
Considering that the actual thing that they wanted back that would have made it this entire ship turn infernal and basically burn this entire area into nothing.
So there's a plan for tomorrow that, God's willing, will clean up some things.
How is the uncle and no longer vampire aunt? The no longer vampire. The no longer insane uncle and no longer vampire.
Not sure. We'll check next time on Dragon Ball Z.
So... Angel's like looking over at Nick. I'm okay with that as long as Violet's okay with it. I want to make sure she's fine. And make sure everything's okay.
But first things first, before we do the turtle head, I know, Vanessa, you really want to do that because you want to show off all your big lady muscles to your your friend over, your dwarven friend out there. Mental health is very important for somebody who is stuck for 400 years of the abyss. We started making a modicum of headway in the 2 years we haven't really been adventuring.
Speaking
So
of which, sorry, I've been trying to navigate this freaking place, and you can hear a ladrin banging on the door to enter into this training area and not able to get through. Been looking all over for someone named Violet. Is she back there?
Yes, Uncle, give us 5 minutes. I love you, you're my favorite, but 5 minutes, please.
Fair minutes or disgusting human minutes?
Unfortunately, disgusting human minutes. No, it's not the walnut, it's the actual psychiatrist.
Ah, gross. That means I'll have to wait.
Oh, pobrecito chiquito. Did I get that right?
You know I don't understand those human languages, especially the dead ones.
It's not dead.
Then she's gonna say it in Sylvan. Oh, poor baby.
Why'd you say it with an accent?
Get the iron, the cold iron. Unfortunately, I don't think that works on a latrid. It does druids, but Piper's druid cleric, so... Metal says, I say fuck you to metal. I wear metal and go get strong. Anyway, alright.
I guess I'll just wait here. Is there a chair somewhere? There's no chairs here. I'll sit on the floor.
Yes, first and foremost, I would like to... It's going to be a family session. Because it's not just going to be Violet, it's her grandmother, her aunt, and her uncle. You fine with that? That's what he's asking her uncle. Good.
Sure.
So,
family therapy?
Yes, family therapy. So everybody looks at everybody. We convene
I didn't bring
after
the
that session.
tie.
We convene after that session, and Bruce is not, poor boy. And we come back later to get the turtle head. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Aye, Captain.
That's fine.
And Xanon and Venestra. What does Xanon think while we're waiting for Venestra to write?
Oh, shit.
Xanon might be asleep.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, what?
Vinestra said, "Very well. I just don't want it to be forgotten about it. And Violet, genuinely take your time."
I mean, we also kind of, while we're waiting for Violet, need to discuss how we get said head to the guild. It is quite humongous.
We strap it to my back and I can drag it.
Un momento.
She's doing something.
Or you can... I don't know what I can add to that discussion. I'm a psychiatrist.
I'm meaning the fact we're having to remove this head from the turtle, yes?
I can also get quite big and maybe carry it. Or we can shrink it.
I mean, either way, we need just the head, right? We were going to use the rest of the turtle to explore.
What was the question?
Let Violet have a family mental health therapy session, and while we do that, the rest of us prep to get ready to, when Violet and her family are done, drag the giant turtle head to the guild.
Shall we remove the runes on the turtle head?
Oh yeah, runes, yay. Piper's just like, oh my runes.
It was an almost very Jim Carrey animated motion of yours.
So,
Can a skull throw up? Maybe? We'll find out on this next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Piper's gonna go trans. She's like, no, I didn't sleep all night. I'm gonna take a nap. Okay? While we're waiting.
please take a nap.
Piper's like, I am 2 seconds from cracking myself and needing a therapy session.
Oh, just give me an axe and I can separate the head.
All right. Maybe, maybe Nessiel, you can talk with Zeus in the meantime to see if maybe he can pull some memories of the original ritual. Because maybe if we follow the ritual exactly to perfection, it will work.
That's what I said.
I was dissociated. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we need to talk to Dad. We have to talk to Dad in order for him to do it, but he might be busy and preoccupied with my mother already.
I'm good with coitus interruptus. I'll go handle that.
Coitus interruptus
Alright.
is half of how you guys have gotten assistance for anything in this game in the last 5 years.
When is Quantus gonna show up? My whole thought process. When is Pie-Man gonna show up?
Like, while I take a nap, I'm going to talk to Wilsoni because I haven't talked to him in a while, and I'm stressed.
Okay.
She's like, I'm stressed. I have a couple things I'm a little bit stressed about. I'll talk about it later after I consult my D&D because.
Okay.
She's
Vinistra
really
said, MHM. Violet, once you'd like as well, do let me know and I can continue helping you get used to flying.
Sure.
Right. Ready?
She's leaning into Halcyon's arm at this point.
And Piper is currently leaving the room. Okay, ready, break! Go team! I'm going to bed!
Yes. Good night.
Alright, so as you all settle in,
Only
Plan
Piper's
in
settling
mind.
in.
I think we are all settling in.
and plans ahead in this midday, now at least, with something in mind for what you're going to do with the rest of Atacast II. We pull away from Mochizuki Keep and Evergreen Manor. We pull away from the continent of Kirin. We pull away from the world of Zaria. And one quantum cosmic shift to the right. A ring that was once suspended in limbo. Now an empty space devoid of any real influence except for a conjoined mass of flesh, metal, machine, and infernal hatred. Watches, waits, and slowly but surely is blinded to the progress of each and every one of you. That is where we are going to end the session.
I am so glad I remembered that Bruce needed a shot too, because fuck, we would have been
What are we
fucked
going to
over.
name the session?
Fuck.
Unfortunately, it won't let me.
You could literally put F explicitives F.
I already did that for a session, so it's kind of a repeat as well.
Can't the ending be explained a bit?
Just kind of a, well, It's not something that any of the characters witnessed, but it felt like a reasonable sort of pull away back toward the
Like-
5 conjoined words of chaos.
Like if you're watching a television show where all the characters are all going to sleep and then you pull out and then it's way off in the distance is the big bad evil guy staring at them like, okay, lands afoot or some bullshit like that.
It was a pull away cutscene. Either way, what are we going to name the session?
I don't know. I'm tired. Really tired.
It's all good.
Whatever you want to call it, I'm sleeping.
Purple. Well, there was no rain. God damn, I was gonna say purple rain because we're in Violet's house area, but there's no rain. Yeah, I suck at this.
You know what? Let's just say... Actually, especially given some revelations today. Runes and Remembrance.